All right. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. All right, do this thing here, y'all. All right. We. All right, let me break that down there. What's up, party people? All right. All right, let me let folk on the gram know. All right, for those on the gram, let's see here. Y'all know I be jacking the gram stuff up big time. I think it's the reels. All right, party people on the gram. This your man Griff. I'm live on YouTube. Swing on over and check me out. Griffin Notary Services. Open mic tonight. Peace. Griffin Notary Services. Open mic tonight. Peace. All right, what's going on, Christina, Evelyn? What's going on? Give me a moment here. I always keep forgetting to let the people on Instagram know that I'm in. Hey, if y'all can hear me, hit me with a quick thumbs up. A few of y'all just want to make sure y'all can hear me. Okay. And Scooby Bapa. All right, good. Everybody can hear me? All right. I am live on YouTube. All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. What's going on? Yeah, Mom, the tax queen. All right, you can hear me. All right, move my microphone out the way. All right, party people. I'm trying to keep tabs on the chat and all that good stuff at the same time. So we got Gainesville in here. So if y'all don't mind, just type in where y'all from. Type in where y'all from and everything. Let me put that up there so everybody know what my stats are, who I am, who I got trained by, and all of that good stuff and everything. All right, we got North Carolina, we got Houston, we got Gator Nation. All right, anybody from the Seminole Nation? We need a Seminole up in here. All right, we got California, we got Philly, we got Orlando, Antioch, California, North Carolina, Los Angeles, Victoriaville, California, North Carolina, Houston, Dallas, Rochester. Okay, we got Chesapeake in the house, my home, well, not my hometown, but my state and everything. Sanford, Florida, Connecticut, Milwaukee, Arizona. All right, let me do this thing here. All right, so like I said, we're gonna be chopping it up here tonight. I just threw that in the chat there. That is, let me pin that to the top. So if anybody got questions, anybody want to talk about a little something, give an update on what they've been doing with the notary business and the difficulties, any successes, any advice, good advice. Okay, none of this crazy stuff. All right. And also H-Town, Holster, California. We got Erica in the house. I ain't even gonna mess with Erica. I was about to say something, Erica. I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. And you got Jacksonville. All right, hope that's Jacksonville, Florida, my hometown. But yeah, if you want to call in, got a question, anything. This is open mic. Okay, we don't bash people here like they do on them other channels and on Facebook and all that kind of stuff. And I don't think any of the other channels are giving people what's going on TXB, Savannah, Las Vegas. I don't think they're giving people opportunity to come in and chat. So we can have multiple people next still in this chat. So just give y'all while people deciding what they're going to slide on in here. And don't try to come on with like, I think you can't try to be like on your phone and YouTube trying to do it because it gives a big echo. Because one of them, you got to turn the volume down and stuff and everything. And Miss G, she said hey to everybody as she going up the stairs and all that good stuff. But yeah. All right. I don't know about the vaccine thing. Honestly, I have no idea. That would honestly not be something I would even talk about here because I have no clue whatsoever. We're independent contractors. We don't work, within the notary world. At least, I mean, work for somebody. So I couldn't even begin to tell you the deal on that. What's going on, John, Tracy, Scott? So I couldn't even begin to tell you. First refinance on Sunday, got a great, from coast to coast. All right. Hey, thanks for the super chat, Mr. Ferguson. My man. Yeah, man, I'm trying to do it. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. One other thing. Now, y'all know I ain't that good on these reading these, following these chats. So that's why I'm asking y'all, call in. Don't be scared. Y'all be calling me any other time. Nobody's going to bash y'all. Nobody going to be getting on y'all. If they do, we bounce them out of here. All right. But this is a good way for us to talk and chill with each other and everything and all of that. So let's see here. Let me see something here. All right, who we got rolling up? Oh, Cody, I already know my man Jeff gonna be sliding up in here. Now, y'all always let Jeff beat y'all up in here. Jeff be like the first one.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good, Chief. Doing good.
Hey,
don't forget to hit that like button, y'all.
Hey, I like that you. I liked your video this morning. It was. I have to say that we're getting a Dunkin' Donuts in my city. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I mean, the West Coast, we don't have Dunkin' Donuts here, so this is like a miracle,
Yeah.
So I can have Fritter Friday here pretty soon.
I know, man. I know. Now I have to look. Sometimes if I can't get the Dunkin' Donut ones, I have to slide over to Krispy Kreme and get one of theirs.
Krispy Kreme here, but they were big. They were big about I want to say about 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
About 20 years ago, because I was doing their registers back then, and they died away. There's only a few around the Bay Area now.
Yeah. So. Yeah. We had the Krispy Kreme, but every time I go in there, they always out of apple fritters. They out of them faster than Dunkin' Donuts is and everything. And stuff. But yeah, that video I did this morning, man, and just talking about the situation, what happened with that couple. That just threw me off, when the guy told me what happened. And I know a couple of people might have, it's like, why is the notary will get the blame for that? Well, that's not what the notary is supposed to do. Because if you go back to the video I did before that one the other night, early on Thursday, where I was breaking down the different rules, like Bank Sir said, we can't give advice. So that is considered advice. You advise them to do something, and that's not our role. So by them doing that, that's when they may have gotten a better interest rate, and it was below 2%. Okay, great. But look at it. It took 5 months for that thing to close, all because of these different things that went down. And it's just that's just not our role. That's just not what we're supposed to do. And I know people who are former military vets, I hear them saying stuff like, well, if I see that a vet, if I look at the closing disclosure and I don't think the deal that the vet is getting is a good deal, I'm going to tell them not to sign the papers. I'm like, and I'm sitting here like, why are you doing that? And that's why I always say, if you think that if you care that much, then be a loan officer and make sure they get a good deal. Because from a notary standpoint, we can't do anything to change the numbers. And we don't know the backstory behind all of this stuff. So for us to tell somebody you shouldn't, I mean, maybe that's the best deal that they could get. Nobody else probably was going to even give them a deal, but they had to pay $20,000 in closing costs to get the deal. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you just have to respect the process and work where you're supposed to work and stay in your lane.
Yeah, you're 100% on that. I received a call a couple weeks ago from Laura. She was looking for a notary to do something out here for one of her big clients or something, and the guy wanted it was a loan officer that wanted a notary that was experienced, because
Mm-hmm.
I guess another notary did exactly what you're talking about, and the guy lost the deal. Essentially, it's the same thing that you were talking about. So it's very important as notaries that we don't sit here and try and second guess what's going on in the background, because we don't know all the details.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many financial details that can happen. Just your credit score can determine, if you're going to get a high rate or a low rate or whatever.
That's
And we
right.
just don't know all that information, right? So
Yeah, no, we don't. And one of the things, a lot of people want to feel like they're right in what they're doing. And one of my sayings is, I wrote it down today. It's not about being right, but doing right. If you do right, you will be right. I mean, it's that simple. So find out what is the right thing to do, and then do what is correct, and you'll be fine. But a lot of people are just like, what I hear from a lot of people, and a lot of people might not accept what I'm about to say, but from what I've been from talking to different people, some people, it's like they're using being a notary as a way to vindicate themselves or give themselves self-worth, that they might not feel appreciated in their day job, or even in their family, or some other area of life, or some business venture that they might be a part of. And being a notary can give you a sense of being, a sense of purpose, and make you feel real good about the fact that you're able to do something for somebody that nobody else can do. Because, as I said a couple of weeks ago, as a notary, this business is so unique that nobody can notarize their own document. So they have to have us. And it can make you feel very, very special. But I don't think, we should use this as a way to vindicate ourselves, or to give ourselves this self-worth that we're not getting in another area of our life, and then try to be more than what we should be or supposed to be here, in this here and everything. And, I'm like, you say, I always ask, is this a good rate? Elaborate on that for me, Miss You Say So Mobile Notary, because I must have missed something there. Unless
she's
this here
probably
was the
she's
first.
probably asking about, when you're in a loan closing, the borrower says, "Hey, have you seen any
Oh,
better rates?"
gotcha. Okay, I got you now. I got you. Yeah, I don't answer that question. I mean, if they ask me that, yeah, if they ask me, is this a good rate? And my wife was a witness with me. A guy, he was buying a house, and his interest rate on the purchase was 4%. And he was like, is this a good deal? And I said, well, it all depends on what was your purpose in buying a house and what you was trying to get. I mean, if you got what you said you wanted, then I guess you could say it's a good deal. And the same way a guy asked me about, said, well, is this refinance a good deal? And this is back when getting a 3.8 was good. And I said, well, what was the purpose in you doing the refinance? And he said, well, I wanted a particular interest rate. I said, okay, well, did you get it? And he was like, well, yeah. I said, okay, then what else is there? You're like, I just want to know if it could be lower. I said, well, then that's where you got to talk to your loan officer. I mean, have you talked to him? Well, no, I just figured I'd ask you. Okay, I'm not. Okay, why you figured it? And that's when I figured out that people think that I work for these companies. And I'm like, no, I don't work for them. I don't work for them at all, and stuff. So I'm, I just felt real bad for that guy today. I really, really felt bad. And I could just see he was not happy to go 5 months and not even save $1 on his mortgage at all.
When I heard that, I was thinking, man, if I were that guy, I would have just said, yeah, just let it go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he's, I'd just be like, okay, I'll refinance 6 months later. I mean, whatever. I wouldn't have gone through all that nightmare of trying to reverse everything, but
Yeah,
that's
and
just
he
me.
thought it was going to be easy because they sent the right to counsel in. They sent the right to counsel in on time, so it was a Thursday. He said they refinance, and then hold on. Hey, do me a favor, pull that chicken out of the oven for me and bring it here. Thanks, man. I forgot to grab it.
I'm not hearing you.
Oh, there we go. Hit the wrong button. Yeah, so but yeah, so that's all. So what's been going on with you, man?
Oh, nothing much. I yesterday I had 5 loans. Today I had 1. I've been doing mostly, fingerprinting, live scan fingerprinting, and
Mm-hmm.
I've been doing a little apostille work. So I've been, making
Oh,
money doing that. So, and then I'm wrapping up this couple of these computer jobs I've been working on last month. I finally yesterday picked up the balance that this guy owed me. It was like $3,000.
okay.
So I'm like, dude, thanks for paying me. But yeah, I'm dabbling in a few things, but I'm the loans they're going, but I've been the last couple of months, I went on that little uh week vacation with my son going whitewater rafting, and ever since then I've been doing about 30. Last month I had 36 loans. The month before I think I was like 31. So I'm not doing too well, but it's because I'm not I'm greedy, I'm
Mm-hmm.
asking for $100, so you know so I don't get a lot of loans. I mean, I could take everything that comes my way, but it just seems like they keep going lower and lower, and I'm just not gonna go down there. So
Well, like I was saying the other day, and I end up talking to a few title companies. A couple of them, mainly the ones off a signing order. They'll contact me and ask me, say, hey, just to confirm that I'm available for a signing. So I call, so when I get there, when I get that phone call, I ask them, I say, so hey, how's new notaries working out? And then it's like they just start venting. And they're like, well, we having this problem, that problem. And what they're saying is basically a lot of them are like, you know what, we're just going to work with the notaries that we know. We're just going to drop our, some of them saying they're dropping their rates because either with just certain notaries or just across the board because they've been having so much problem with notaries that they figure, you know what, let me just drop my rates because there's a 30% chance or a 20% chance that we're going to have to send somebody back out to fix the issue that this notary caused and everything. So that means they're having a change in their business model on the way that they're trying to do stuff. And if that's the case, then it's going to negatively affect a lot of us. So I think if we get the orders and we do good work and show them that we're not like these other notaries, that should put them in a position where it's like, okay, I can pay that, because if you can give them back error-free work, then they'll be like, okay, yeah, I think we can trust Jeff and go ahead and pay
I,
him more.
I don't think error free is important for sure, but we all make mistakes. I made a mistake a couple weeks ago or something. I
Hmm.
missed a signature on the new loan
Application.
application. The
Yeah.
signature line was up at the top of the page.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
So it's there, but the thing is how you handle it. And so if they call you up, hey, can you go get this taken care of?
Hmm.
Just say absolutely, and go do it. If you're like that, they're gonna keep calling you back. You can do 100 mistakes, but if you're gonna fix your mistakes, they'll be calling you back. But if you're
And
gonna
that's
sit
what,
there,
yeah.
I'm not gonna go there and because it's out of my way, because this lady was an hour drive from me.
Wow.
You know, I didn't go down there. I did it through the fax, but I'm just saying that if I had to go down there, I would just drive down there and do it, take care of it, you know? So it was my mistake. I'll take care of my mistakes. No problem. But if you're not going to take care of your mistakes, then you're going to have a problem as a notary. You know?
That's right. And like they say, yeah, the last minute orders, I can deal with those. I like those, to be honest. I don't mind the last minute ones. I love the last minute ones because a lot of notaries in my area, they won't do them. And sometimes I'll sit back and let it pass. And then it'll come back for maybe $50 more. Because nobody don't want to do it because they're like, nah, I don't want to do this last minute one. And especially, like today there was a seller's package for $90. It was only 22 pages. 22 pages. And I looked at it and I was like, well, I got this 1 o'clock and then I got a 5 o'clock. They said the time is open on it. All right, let me go for it. And I was able to get them done around 3. And then come to find out, which a lot of people don't know, but I also I fly drones. I have a drone. And a while back, I had signed up to take a class to be what they call Part 107 certified to do drone flying commercially. And actually, that was about a year and a half ago. But the business started popping, so I just never took the course. It's there for me to take whenever I want. Well, the place where I went today was a place called Drone Up, and it's a brand new place. So when I talked to and this was the chief financial officer, and I said, hey, do y'all do the 107, the Part 107 drone flying here? And he perked up and said, what do you know about that? And we had a little bit of discussion about it. This drone, look, anybody who's interested in, let me put the thing in there in the chat. Anybody interested, y'all need to check out Drone Up. Any of you, especially the fellas interested in doing commercial drone flying, because they are expanding out to all of the different Walmarts to where they're going to be doing drone flying to deliver packages for all the Walmarts. ALL Walmarts, all, not just a few, all of them. And I'm like, wow, so they doing it. But by taking that little 22-page order for $90, it put me, and I'm like, man, I would love to talk to those cats. But their doors are locked, they secure. So if you don't know anybody, you ain't getting in there. And it put me in a position to talk to the CFO, who was like, yeah, he said, here's my cards, give me yours. And if you ever want to, get into this, let me know. And if you got anybody that, wants to do this, send them my way. So I'm sitting here like taking that one little order, open up a door that I wanted open, but I couldn't figure out how to do. So that was worth more than the $90 just to sit there in this gentleman's office and talk with him for like 10 minutes and to hear what his company is not even trying to do, what they're going to do and doing. I'm like, man. So see, and that opens that's what I consider another revenue stream, because I was already looking into it. And then now I got a connection with it. So, if all of a sudden the notary thing refinances, just the mortgage industry, I got something else I can look into. You see what I'm saying? And then I have the IT, just like you have the IT. I just got paid from a new web client and everything, website that I put up for them. And this is what I want notaries to start looking at doing and everything, so, and I do have an announcement about that I'm going to share with y'all in a little bit as to what I'm doing to help notaries with regard to that. I'm going to try this with y'all. I'm hoping that it'll work. It's going to work based on those who really want to get involved with this and everything. And so now I know somebody else want to call in and hop on.
Yeah, I'll get off so people can call in.
Yeah. But as always, Jeff, you my man.
I'll talk to you later. Good to see you.
Now we can have more than one person on at a time. We can have up to, I think, 10 people on and everything. Yes. True light. That is something. Oh yeah. Well, Tracy, I see you said you missed the FedEx truck. The FedEx truck, anything that ships out on Friday and Saturday gets there on Monday. So you should be able to catch your local FedEx place tomorrow also. But yeah, I've been in I've heard of situations where the notary was dropping off documents, telling the clients to sign them, and then coming back. And that is a huge no. Yeah, that is not something that we're supposed to do. I'm trying to hold on one second. I'm trying to type something in here. Yeah, that is a big no, and a lot of people do that kind of stuff and everything. But what I wanted to share with y'all, something that I'm looking at doing, it's not on the page yet on this here channel yet, but I'm looking at doing a members only section. But the thing, what I want to do with the members only section is it's two things. It's going to be a two-part item. One part is going to be for notary basics to help out people who are serious. This is for people who for real about the notary business or about being a notary, mainly about being a notary. And with this members only area, you'll do live chats and all of that. Be able to get with people one-on-one as well as in a group, have members only and then member only live chats and all of that. Then I'm having one called business mindset, and the reason why I'm calling it business mindset is because mainly because a lot of people that I'm finding out, they don't necessarily understand how to truly run a business. They're being a notary, but they don't necessarily know how to do a business. Okay. Because a lot of people have asked me, hey, do a mentor program. And the mentor program has basically people asking about center on being a notary. And when I sat back and I really looked at what the issue is that a lot of notaries are dealing with, a lot of notaries are saying and the way they're trying to run their business and do stuff, is centered around them not really understanding the proper way to run business. They don't have the proper business mindset. When you have somebody who's saying, after spending $2,000 to get into the business, well, I'm gonna just make my money back and I should be good. And I'm like, so you can't see beyond that. All you can see, well, let me just make my money because it was a little bumpy. It was, it was tough. I've heard notaries from the beginning saying, well, I had a hard time doing a seller's package, so I ain't doing no more sellers. I had a hard time doing a reverse mortgage. I ain't doing no more. I had a hard time doing a HELOC. I ain't doing no more. How many times was it hard? Well, I only did it one time, so forget this. And they just quit. And I'm like, why are you quitting on that? Well, I had a hard time with this company, so I'm quitting on them. I ain't gonna deal with them no more. I tried a last minute signing. I ain't doing it no more. And I'm like, do I need to check the boxes? When you say, do I need to check the boxes on the checklist for the checklist? I might be missing something on that one, Tracy. Oh, we got couple of Tracy's in there. Tracy with an I, Tracy with an EY. All right. So the goal is call in Tracy. Because I told you I be sometimes I don't be processing stuff right when I see stuff in the chat. But the whole point is one of the things that I've also learned is that many of you have other ventures that you're trying to do. And the way I'm looking at it is if you're not properly running your notary business correctly, then there's a high chance you're not going to run those other businesses correctly either. You get what I'm saying? Oh, enclosed document lists. Okay, notary instructions. So she's talking about, I guess, checking off as you do the notary instructions and all of that. Okay. Talking about, I guess you're talking about physically making check marks to say that this is good, that's good. I mean, yeah, you could do that. I don't know if they want to see the marks on there. So if you need to, you could print another copy and then check it off on a separate copy, and leave the original copy in there. I do know a couple of companies, ask you to initial each section off or area off, so you can do that if they provide that and everything. So add you in. So this whole idea about the business mindset. Now we're also with the business mindset part. There's going to be member only videos. There's going to be member only live streams, but I'm still going to be putting stuff out on a regular channel here. But I'm also going to be looking at having guest speakers to talk to the people who join, to get a little more detail. Most definitely my accountant, all of that, my tax guy, my wife, and then what I want to also do with the business mindset, which y'all heard me talk about this before, is have a thing with the couples. And I think you're still muted there, Cross Ridge Jessica. Yeah, you got to unmute yourself. So whatever it tells you to do for us, the muting, do that, and then she'll hop back in. So one of the things that I think is important, especially if you're married, you need or in a serious relationship, partnership, both people need to be in somewhat sync with each other to be able to provide the proper help. All right, you're unmuted. So that's one of the things that I would like to see done, because one of the worst things that can happen in a relationship is that you're trying to do your best to push a business forward, to push something forward, whether going to school, your business, and your spouse, that loved one, is just not doing anything to help you. And sometimes they may not honestly be in a position, their mindset might not be there. They might be the company person, I'm a company man, I'm a company woman, and they don't understand business. But I honestly believe that there's something that they can figure out and understand. They can learn how to support you without being in the way and causing you difficulties. And that's something that I would love to see happen more. And I can say, between me and my wife, that is one of the things, the foundation that helps us move forward with what we're doing. We don't always understand what each other is doing in our respective business, but we do everything we can to support each other. And I think that is very, very important. What you got for me, Jessica? Now, if you're talking, I can't hear you, lady. It says you're unmuted. And she's going to swing back over. All right, Griffin coming. I've been in order for 12 years. And I just started full-time with my own LLC and LSA. I'm getting requests for 90 miles for 75 in the Tucson area. All right, you just getting started. I would assume that you probably have less than 50 signings under your belt as a notary signing agent. I would assume that. One of the things that I always forget the gentleman name, but the gentleman who owns Notary Stars and Unlimited Ink, he said sometimes you may have to go out there and take a job that's out to get your name with that company. because nobody else will. You take the job, you do you do good with it, and then you turn around, and that way you can, the next go around, you say, hey, I did this for you, how about 85? How about, some jobs closer? Because remember now, if they got their favorite notaries, they're probably keeping their favorite notaries close, centered around the area, and then sending the new notaries. And sometimes I think they actually send us out on these big jobs, these jobs further out. And it's like, we just want to see what we're about. Now, as far as not getting jobs when text messages come out, that happens to me too. Again, part of the problem, Scott, is that if you're just getting into this over the last couple of months, the 8 or 9 months prior to now, a lot of those notaries is out there doing stuff that they shouldn't have been doing and causing a whole lot of pain and heartache. And some of these companies are like, I ain't messing with new notaries, which is, again, why I repeatedly talk about getting your profile straight. You got to get your profile straight. Let me open this up and show y'all. Because if your profile, you got to say who you are in your profile. So in my Notary Basics playlist on the channel, right here, your profile will separate you from them. I talk about things that you can put in your profile. I talk about things that you can say, and you have to communicate that you are different than these notaries. So, like, I believe the young lady, she put up there that people were leaving documents with leaving documents behind and telling people to sign them. Well, communicate in your profile that you never leave documents for the signers to sign without you being there. You don't do that. You need to communicate that. If you can communicate that, why wouldn't somebody give you a chance? But if your profile is just real bland and basic, and one of the things that I do is I go in here into Notary Resume, and I've done this before, and I've showed people this before. Take my zip code and everything. I don't know if that's going to work. Okay. So we got these people. There's my son. There's me. There go my girl Paula. Paula. And so when you look at people's profiles, let's just take James for a second here. Say who you are, say what you're about, talk about the fact that what you do and how you can solve their problem. And that is something that a lot of notaries will not do. They just won't do it. I'm very punctual, maintain professionalism. I have communication skills and will give notification throughout the signing. Okay, that's nice. But when you know that there are notaries out there who are doing stuff that is wrong, completely incorrect, how do you communicate that to them? How do you let them know that I'm better than that? And the only way you can, you have to actually say it in your profile, So here he's saying he strives for excellence and all that. And there's nothing wrong with this, but if you was comparing him to other notaries that you've been having problems with, what in the profile says, I do things differently? What in there says, hey, I don't do these things here? Now let's check out Paula. All right. So she says this, I travel, follow the cities, ... And even with this, I would say more description, more oomph as to, you can count on me to never double side print, to never email documents, You see what I'm saying? Those are the things that, in my opinion, I have to say that so people don't think I'm trying to say this as a matter of fact. In my opinion, what can separate you? And think of it from the perspective of if you actually so like right here, she's saying boom. And I know, yeah, I remember Tony. Yeah, I met her. So right here, she's saying documents will be scanned and returned promptly. That right there could probably be the key to making a signing company say, okay, let's give Tony a chance, because 80% of our closings have to have scan backs. So if a company has scan backs 80% or more of the time, and they see that documents will be scanned and returned promptly, okay, you know what? That right there, forget all of the fact that she was in banking, she's a professional. Right there, that right there tells me I may want to give her a shot. You see what I'm saying? Um, I really wasn't. That's where I'm looking at doing the member part, the member area, with everything. It's a little bit easier for me to do that. So for the class. So right here, she says she does general notary work, refinances, loan mods. So she's saying the different types of loans she's done. She has a background in local government filing, all of that. Okay, so she's a Ron. She talks about her being that. E&O policy, that's fine. Flexible schedule. All of that NNA trained in loan docs and general notary work. This is the kind of stuff that you need to communicate to them that you have and who you are. My man Alfred. So he talks here who he's done his work for, Old Republic, all of them. You see what I'm saying? So let them know that, hey, I've done work for these other companies. There's nothing wrong with that. Other training that he's done. Right. So he's also letting them know he can't collect funds. We in Virginia, we can't collect funds. Then, like here, he's talked about how many closings he's done. If you don't tell them how many closings you've done, they won't know. So you need to do that. Okay, Erica had a good idea. What she said here. There you go. So she has access to military bases and everything. So you put that in your profile. I don't, so it's not in mine. When I was working my W-2, I had a CAT card, so I could have did that, and I never did think about that. So that's an excellent point there, Erica. Very excellent point. So this is the kind of stuff that you would want to put in your profile to say who you are, what benefit will this company get out of picking you? What's the benefit? Because if everybody's saying that there's all these notaries out here, then what is the benefit for me to pick you? Tell me, why should I pick you? Put yourself mentally in the position of a signing company, and you look at I'm telling you, go on Notary Resume, put in your zip code, and pull up different profiles. Somebody give me a zip code for their area, and we can look at y'all area outside of Virginia, or maybe somewhere else in Virginia. And you can say, all right, so let me hit that 77077. All right. So let's go with Miss Karen. Now, again, I'm just looking at the profile. This here I like. And as I always say, okay, just because you had customer service experience doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to do the loan closing correct. Because when you're let's say if you're in a Kmart, I know Kmart is gone, but let's say you're in Kmart and you're a customer service manager or something to that effect. If somebody comes into your store and they have an issue in your store as a customer service manager, you have things that you can do to help them out or to calm them down. You can give them a coupon. You can give them 10% off, things of that nature. You can give them a buy one, get one free, probably. There's things that you can do. But when you're going into someone else's home, what is it that you can do to calm them down? And how does your customer service? The only thing to me, and I might be wrong, where the customer service comes in, all right, my bad. See, that's why I need somebody talking to me, because I'm sitting up here and I forgot to share the screen out. So looking at this here, she's saying I have over 20 years of customer service, certified loan signing system. My goal is to give your employee a closing with no mistakes. That's great. Triple check all the work. That's great. But I like this here that if by chance I make a mistake, I will immediately go back and correct it. That's the kind of stuff that they need to see. You know what I'm saying? They need to see. De-escalation is huge in retail. Correct. But how can you de-escalate something between the loan officer and the signers when you don't even know the backstory? If you don't know the backstory between the two, it's sort of hard for you to get in there and say, okay, children, let's get things straight. It's real hard for the notary to come in and do that. Let's look at Miss Kelly here. Very regal. I like that. I like that hairdo, like the purple. So she talks about that she's Pavazo. You can depend on me to get the job done. Full-time mobile notary in Texas, Houston. She talks about the different loan types she's done, investment, reverse. See, all of that is important. As you get experience, you need to add that into your profile to let people know and everything. Excellent representation with title, all of that. That's good. Where the fellas at? Man, see no fellas up in here. Okay, my man Paul. All right, experience. He's done over 400 signings. That's excellent to talk about. Talks about the companies he's with. All right, he's equipped with high-speed internet, laptop, table, all of that kind of stuff. So that lets them know he's fully mobile. During the signing process, second pass through the docs, all of that. Talks about the different types. Experience includes all of these things here. That is what you want. Now, granted, starting off, you're like, well, I don't have that. But you can communicate if you've taken proper training. Okay, let me come back to y'all for a second. If you've taken proper training, you can communicate that you understand what to do in a loan closing. But there aren't too many notary profiles that are set up to where they communicate that. So yes, great attention to detail is important. That is something that most signing companies is like, well, you should do that. Okay, you should do that. But do you understand what a non-borrowing spouse is? Do you understand why the non-borrowing spouse doesn't sign the promissory note? If you don't understand that, then you're going to make some serious mistakes in your documents. You see what I'm saying? That's the kind of stuff. Let me see who is texting me. Yeah, so that's the kind of stuff that you want to be able to communicate to them. All right. So now I know somebody wants to hop on here. Come on now. I know somebody got a question or two or three or what have you. Okay. And want to call in and talk to old man Griff. All right. So, oh man, Now I know somebody got something to say concerning a couple of the last couple of videos I put out there. Questions about what I'm talking about, what I mean, or questions about um the member only area and all of that. And I know some of the fellas, I know the fellas got something to say, because y'all be hitting me up. No, we're not doing the zip codes anymore, lady. Miss Williamson, thank you, thank you. So, couple other things that's been on my head. Going back to the the membership thing that I was looking at doing. I thought long and hard about this. I like doing things where I'm adding value. And thank y'all for hitting the like button. I like doing things where I am creating value. If I'm not able to create value, I don't really like doing it. So to say, hey, do a mentor program, and I'm like, okay, what do you need to be mentored in? Because if you're saying you want to be mentored, it has to be something toward an ultimate goal. And to me, just saying mentor me and being a notary, well, that's not, to me, that's easy. If you just follow the directions and guidelines of your state, you'll be okay. If you get away from Facebook, you'll be okay. In other words, if you understand what you're supposed to do as a notary and walk within the guidelines of that, that right there will set you apart from a lot of people. And then if you communicate that properly, it will. All right, what we got rolling on up in here? Your Financial Guide Notary Services. I like that name. All right, you unmuted. What's going on?
No much. I'm good. How you doing, brother?
Man, I'm doing good.
That's good. That's good. So, so I just want to say, when I first started this notary journey, I watched a couple people on YouTube, and you were kind of the first person that just kept it like it is. Telling us, hey, we're here to do notary work and make sure everything gets signed, and it kind of gave me a good direction on how to finish my research. Since then, I've gotten my commission. I passed my background exam with the National Notary Association. And so, but I do have a question. When you're doing these documents, whatever type of package it is, it's come to my attention that sometimes there are packets, things that we didn't really typically think that we would be doing. But basically, whatever document it is, if it's in the package, we get it filled out and signed if it's required, right?
Um, what I normally do is, if I get confused on whether a document should be filled out, I call the title company, get in contact with the
Hmm.
signing company, because if you go by that train of thought as this is the way it's done all the time,
Hmm.
it could get you in trouble. Because I was in a signing where they were selling a property, and come to find out, they was like, well, we was told we didn't have to fill this out. So their loan officer had already told them, and maybe even a title person, but somebody had told them, oh, you don't need to fill this out. We're going to take care of this when you get to this location, because they was moving from Virginia to another state. And I was like, okay, having that thought in my mind, well, everything need to be filled out. You got this document in here, let me fill this bad boy out. So we called the title company, or whoever they represented. It might have been a real estate agent. And they explained to me, they're like, no, they don't need to, because of these rules in place. And they actually get that this document actually gets filled out once they get to their location. So I was like, okay. Had I just went with the basic fill this out, they would have been filling out something that they didn't need to fill out. So if I come across a document, I know I'm familiar with it, I'm not sure about it, let me ask the proper questions, so that I can go ahead on and so that I could make sure that I'm doing this right. And another point that I made is I'm making on this also. There was one time, it was late at night. We was able to get in contact with the loan officer, and there was a tax document because the lady was buying a property in Hawaii, and she was putting down on the property over $400,000 as a down payment. That was her cash to close, over $400,000 on the property. And there was this one form, and the guy, he was like, "Oh no, I've already checked that for them." But had I not called and tried to investigate it to make sure that I was doing it right, I could have checked something that would have had her paying taxes again, because once it goes back, it doesn't go to the loan officer, it goes to a processor, and that processor at the title company, they're like, "Oh, okay, boom, boom, boom," and then they start processing it, and it could have been processed incorrectly. So I don't. In the beginning, I subscribed to that thought that if it's a document in there, it better get filled out. Now I'm like, let me find out. Because even tonight, I was doing one. It was a trust. There was a certification of trust form. I didn't know whether they really needed them to fill it out or they just had it in there to let them know, because they might have already filled it out. Couldn't get in contact with anybody. They went head on and made the determination, the couple, to fill it out. And then and I had to notarize it. But I would just ask, rather than try to just make the command decision and just say that the way that somebody told me it is that way with every single thing. It's nothing wrong with people giving advice, but each state is different.
Okay, cool, B. So when in doubt, just call whoever gave you the assignment, pretty much.
Yeah. And see, the NNA, if you took the NNA signing agent training, it says it in there. It says that for the instructions, it says you need to ask the contracting company. So they say contracting company. So when they're saying that, they talk about either the title company, whoever, even if it's a direct client. If you're confused on something, you need to ask the person who is paying you. That's why you hear me say that all the time. Who's paying you? Whoever is paying you, that's who you need to work with. We tend to try to follow too much of the person who we paid to train us. So and so, I paid this person, so I'm gonna do what they say. There's nothing wrong with that as long as what they say lines up with your state law and with the requirements and expectations of the person who's paying you.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? So you want them to go to McDonald's and get their burger and then go over to Burger King and pay Burger King for what you bought at McDonald's.
Absolutely not.
Right.
I appreciate that. One more question. I'll make
Go for it,
some
man.
moves
Take your
out of here.
time. Take your time.
I see, you also got me interested in doing, the field. I think you called it a field agent work.
Well,
And
it's house data house inspector or
yeah,
data
absolutely.
collector and everything.
Yeah. So with that, so basically just, what I'm hearing is just more than one stream of income. So I don't want to overstep or do anything wrong when I'm out here doing these signings. Um, how do you? Let's say you go do a signing, and
Mm-hmm.
we're. How do you? Okay, let me say this: you going to do a signing,
Mm-hmm.
and while you're conducting the signing or before or after, the the signer says or does something to indicate, well, dang, they could actually use one of my other services that I perform outside of notary work. Because I also do tax preparation, your financial guide tax services, and so like if let's say I'm done with the signing and the signers are on the phone with somebody else or says something like, "Hey, well, man,
Right.
I gotta go get my taxes done. I don't know who to go to." Is it okay for me to say, "Hey, here's my business card. You can check me out, free estimate, and all that." Like, how do you feel about that?
Well, you have to one, look at your terms of service with that company. Each company has a set of terms of service And with that terms of service, they may say they don't want you marketing yourself, this, that, or the other. Now I do know there are some people who do follow-ups. So they may, in a follow-up email or follow-up card or something, to say, hey, had a great time, meeting you for your loan closing, this, that, and the other. And some people may send something that way. I would say if it comes up organically, because you got to keep in mind that the borrower may, and they're not dumb and stupid. So they may feel that you are pushing something, even though they might be smiling and looking innocent, like, they may not give you an indication, because sometimes the signing company may call or send a survey out and ask, did the notary try to push any other businesses? Did the notary try to sell you something? Because that's what a lot of notaries can do and do. They're sitting up here being an Amway person and doing notary, and the next thing you know, when they're digging in their bag, they're pulling out all these Amway products, like a little mini showcase and everything to non-organically start a conversation about Amway stuff. And then you spend 20 minutes talking about Amway in the middle of the closing. So you have to be mindful of that. There are things, there have been times where people will ask me, hey, what kind of work do you do? What else you do? And I would mention to them, I say, yeah, they ask me, is this all you do, is the notary? And I'll say, well, no, I also have an IT consulting business where I do website development and everything. Sometimes they may ask me, what does your wife do? Or a lot of times they'll say, so what benefits have you seen in being a full-time entrepreneur? And then I will say, well, one of the things is that I get to spend, some good quality time with my wife in between her classes at her cosmetology school. So in the course of an organic conversation, I've already communicated that I run they know I have the notary business, I run an IT consulting business, and my wife has a cosmetology school. Okay. Now, at that point, if they ask me for information, more information about it, then I give it to them. I'm not the type where I'm coming in and I'm looking at the end of the signing, I'm going to give you cards, 4 and 5 cards, for all of my different businesses. I don't do that, and I hardly ever give my notary card to anybody. If I do give my notary card, it may be because I see, like one of the things, since I'm an e-notary, I let them know, say, hey, if things get shut down as an e-notary, I can do notarizations for you. That because sometimes they ask me, hey, how do you go handle being a notary with all the shutdown stuff? And then I can explain that to them, that I'm also an e-notary. So, and if I say that, a lot of times they're like, hey, can I get your card? Can I get your card? Because we might be out of town and we might need a notary. And I'm like, okay, here you go. So I try to do it organically, and everything. Plus, I don't want my card in everybody's hand, because sometimes you come across a signer or a group that I don't need you calling me, and it has nothing to do with having a difficult signing. It's like, you start reading people and it's like, nah, I'm good. I don't need any additional business from you. I'm good. I'm good. Let me sign, get out of here. I don't need you having nothing of mine, or any of that, it's just that, that simple and everything. And then I would say, as a gentleman or as a young lady dealing with somebody who's single, you still need to be careful, making sure that, they might be nice. And then you initiate giving them a card, and then they might, it seemed like they was trying to push up on me because they made me take their card. People will say all kinds of stuff. Okay. People Absolutely. Will say all kinds of stuff. So you have to, I would say, beginning as a notary right now, that shouldn't be your focus. The focus should be getting in there, getting the signing done so that you can continue to get more work, because there's enough people out here that you'll run across. And I look to, I just like it organic. I don't like to force anything because I never want anybody feeling that I'm trying to make them do anything, because you can't trust signers, because all they got to say is, well, yeah, I sort of felt like, even though that's not the way you came across, but because of some insecurities in them, I just felt, he or she just seemed real pushy. So you have to, you have you have to pay attention to all of that. You have to pay attention to all that.
Absolutely, man. All right, Uncle Griff, man, I appreciate you. I always look
No
forward to
problem.
watching your videos, and keep doing what you're doing for us, man. Appreciate
All
you.
right,
All right.
cool. Now somebody back here about passing. Could somebody tips on passing a loan signing, and so I can start receiving? Okay. Now, for us passing the loan closing, and also let me see something, because I want to make sure I got people in here as moderators. If y'all see something a little sketchy, y'all go ahead on and drop them. Y'all go ahead on and drop them. If y'all see something in here that's a little sketchy, all right, make Erica mod and everything. But yeah, if y'all see something sketchy, just go ahead on and drop them people out. So, but yeah, for us passing the actual NNA thing, it's really not that hard. I mean, honestly, it really isn't. Um, if you take the signing agent training to look at the video and just think common sense, a lot of the information in there is talking about what not to do. Don't say this, don't say that, don't do this, don't do that. And if you can understand that, then you good. You can take it as many times as you need to. It's not about being 100%. If you're going around bragging that you passed the test and you got it all right, then most definitely I'll be like, okay, well, if you bragging about this all in your profile, you better not make a daggone mistake, even though we know you're human. But I mean, if you're bragging about it like, yeah, I'm it, I am the notary. I'm the born great notary because I passed the NNA test. Okay, don't make a mistake on my documents. So I'm deducting your fee $25. You know what I'm saying? Don't set yourself up for failure. So the passing in exam is easy. Do not buy people stuff. There was some young ladies doing that about 6 months ago, selling the thing. Do not do that. Do not buy. That is, again, this is why I want to do the business thing, because as a business owner, you want to do your business right. Another thing, might as well bring this up while it just popped in my head. I keep hearing about people lying about the experience they had just so they could get on Amrock and Service Link and others. Y'all need to stop that. Okay? Y'all need to stop that. They got snitches in. Remember I always say they got snitches in Facebook? They got snitches over there on Clubhouse too. Don't think that everybody in Clubhouse listening to y'all chit chat is good, especially you young ladies, because I keep hearing that there's a lot of lady groups out there that's talking about how they lie on their profile about how many signings they have. I'm not saying the men don't, but I keep hearing conversations about, yeah, I heard, I was in this ladies group on Clubhouse and they was talking about how that I should just lie about how many signings I got in order to get going. Y'all need to cut that out. Y'all need to cut that out and everything. Hey, what's going on, Spence? All right. So see, I was thinking about I try to order maybe 1,000. I think before I went full time, I ordered maybe 2,000 business cards. My number ain't changing no time soon. The address isn't, and everything. Also, some of the companies, I don't know which ones, but some companies, that's why I said you got to read the terms of service. Some companies may have or may take issue with you leaving marketing material, business cards and all of that with the signers, because sometimes they think that you might be trying to steal their clients. Another thing people do, they sneak around trying to get in contact with the title companies directly and stuff. For the background check I actually paid to get in touch. Yeah, the exam was not hard at all. The exam was not hard at all. Um, and then like my man Berg said, yeah, you can get the source book. It's really not that difficult. Really not that difficult. Now, what is something that anybody is having some real problems with? I need to know. I mean, I know y'all, everything seems to be going great, but I know some people are dealing with some stuff with regards to this. Now now the biggest issue is getting signings. You getting signings, you're getting the notifications. I do not have, and I've been really thinking about it. The only thing again I can think of is that you get your profile right and you communicate that, hey, I'm this good of a notary and you don't have to worry about these issues. So take advantage of these notaries talking smack in Facebook and on Clubhouse about what they don't do and what they better not do. And you better not ask me. Like another thing you can add in there is I don't up my price at the last minute, because I had a title company tell me, a signing company said that, yeah, they've been having problems where notaries will wait till like 30 minutes before the signing and say, hey, I need another $100 or make my fee $250 because you gave me a document and it's more than 150 pages. So now you got notaries have been told by someone somewhere, if you want more money, charge per paper, charge by the paper. And I'm like, wait a minute, it ain't costing you that much. But then you got people out there that's talking about the cost breakdown to the participle, act like you're a W-2, talking about, well, you're only getting $7 an hour. I'm like, nah, you're getting more than $7 an hour. I mean, if you really look at the tax deductions and all of that, 56 cents a mile, you can't sit here and look at running a business like you're a W-2. So a lot of people, let me see, Miss Emma. So a lot of people are doing this last minute. I'm gonna up the price on the signing company, and y'all need to realize that is immediately going to get you blacklisted. Let me share something with y'all. The moment you start that foolishness, they're gonna play along with you, and as soon as they get the documents back, you're blacklisted. What you got, Emma?
Hi.
Hi, Daddy. Hi, Daddy.
Can you
What
hear
a
me?
little man, a little lady, little one.
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry.
Take your time, lady.
Uncle Griff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you loud and clear.
I am so sorry about that. That was my son.
No problem.
And,
He can hop on too.
First of all, I just want to say thank you. I'm based in New Jersey, and your videos have been really, 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 really amazing. I just hopped on this, and I was like, no, I'm coming in today. So thank you. I have a question. I'm a new notary. So far, I have done 8 signings, and it's been amazing. I have a setup packet for tomorrow, and what I understand, it's a trust. So it didn't come with any instructions. As usual, there's a page, what to do, the color of even the color of the pen, how to sign. It didn't come with any of that. It's just 21 pages. So I don't know if she's supposed to sign. Her name appears, it has her name listed, and it has a comma and says executor of the estate of XYZ, her late husband. But it doesn't tell me how she's supposed to sign. Does she add trust verbiage? Does she not, and I don't want to do it wrong. I'm so new. I see all the things you say. So please, what do I do?
I just had that situation tonight. and I was asking the company all throughout the day, how do
Wow.
you want them to sign? And what was unique was they had 3 different signatures on certain documents. So they had the trust that was executed on such and such date. Then they had another one that they was being added to the trust. Then they
Okay.
had one where it was just their name, no trust, anything.
Yeah.
For the one that was, hold on one second. I'm grabbing something. Who was it? Okay, hold on one second. Hold on.
Sure.
Where the heck is it? Ah, here it is. All right. So I will. So one of them, where is it? Pull it up. All right. So like one of the verbiage things said was such and such name, trustee of the such and such family revocable trust
Yeah.
under trust instrument dated such and such date.
Hmm.
When it says something like that,
Yeah.
they just went head on and signed all of that.
Hmm.
And you can stack it. So let's say if this is the signature line,
Okay.
and then you have other verbiage. So I told them instead of just trying to put it on the signature line and just draw it all the way up, just stack it, as
Okay.
much as you can in there.
Uh-huh.
And that's what they wrote. So I would just make up some names here. So John Jones, trustee of the Jones family revocable trust under trust instrument dated, we'll just say 9/10/2021.
All right.
I had, and if that was there, that's the way they signed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just had their regular name there. Now, when it comes to the trust things, I most definitely encourage them, now whether they do it or not, to sign exactly as their name is printed, even if it's
Okay.
not there in a legible cursive format.
Mm-hmm.
If they decide to do something different, okay, I ain't gonna fuss with you.
All right.
And this couple, they did an excellent job. They was like no problem and all of that, because the gentleman, I think he was a doctor, and he had that doctor signature, and he stopped and he made a nice, neat, wrote his name out to where it looked like such and such.
Okay.
The part that gets difficult with the trust is that sometimes the question is, do they need to sign with trustee behind their name,
Yeah.
or trust settler behind their name?
Mm.
And that part I don't know. Now, the out that you have is that nobody gave you any directions.
Okay.
Now, to cover yourself, I would send a note back through whatever platform, whether it's SnapDocs or Signature or signing up. So signature closers. Okay, with signature closers, what you're going to have to do, and it may be too late but you need to cover yourself. Look at the confirmation email that you receive.
All right.
In the confirmation email, you will see who the point of contact is, and you will email them your questions.
Okay.
Now, whether or not they pick up on it and do something, that's a different story between now and tomorrow.
Sure.
Contacting signature closers would be null and void. And the reason why is because now the thing is, Tracy, I've heard of that. And then one time I did that, and then I was told by the company they don't want that. So it all depends on what that lender wants. And I've done trust settlements. I've done trust where they didn't want them to sign with no trustee verbiage at all. They literally wanted them. Oh, she popped out. I'm gonna keep answering your question there, Emma. That they literally would say, no, we don't want any trust verbiage at all on any of the signature lines, no matter what. And then there would be like, well, we want trustee behind this and all of that. So that's the hard one. And I thought that same thing too. And I did that one time, and I got my butt chewed out behind that, But yeah, calling signature closers directly, may not help you because
Mm-hmm.
they're just the conduit to connect us with them.
Yeah.
So all they're going to do is send out an email saying and CC you on it saying, hey, the notary needs help.
Okay.
And signature closer is not going to provide you with any answers at all.
Mm.
And stuff. What else you got for me, lady?
That's it for now. And I really appreciate the help.
Okay. Well, if you need help, hit me up.
Okay.
Hit me up tomorrow. If you get stuck on anything, hit me up.
On this platform, would you be live again? How
Well,
can
no,
I
I mean,
reach
you
you?
can just, I mean, if you got my number
I
is
have a
all
number.
over the place. Yeah, if you got my number, just call me if you get stuck on something
I don't
and
have
you
a
sign it
number. Can I
tomorrow.
have a number? Can I have a number?
Yeah, 757
757
797
797
5432.
5432. Now I can go to bed in peace with this number. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it so much, Uncle Griff. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay.
And you're right, Trace. It's not our obligation to review the trust. And I didn't do that. I didn't look at no trust information. They had a huge trust packet with all of that. And they, and I let them figure it out how they wanted to sign and everything. And nobody, and what was weird, nobody would call me back for this thing here. All right. So what's going on? I know somebody else got something going on. Somebody got something else going on with them. But yeah, what I'm trying to do with the business mindset, oh, we got Val, is I really want to help people understand the basics of business. One of the things you may have heard me say all over and over, see, her internet's trying to kick in, is don't turn down money unjustifiably. Again, I know people want to make money. And I know everybody is like, well, I ain't doing this unless I'm making this amount and that amount. As a business owner, you're supposed to take an assessment of your market. What can the market handle? And a lot of people start, well, on the title company, on the closing disclosure and on this settlement statement, it has this dollar amount that everybody's making. Okay, if as a business owner, let's take this $750 you see on the settlement statement. Okay, if you're a true business owner, then why don't you investigate it and find out? Why don't you do some research and talk to other title companies that you're not working with and say, hey, ABC Title, when I see, this $750 on this settlement statement, what goes into that? What does that money go out to? Because see, people are talking about that $750 they see on the settlement statement as if it's just this money that's just sitting out there, and the title company only gets $2.56 of it. And then the rest of it is out there that should go to the notary. So my question would be, I don't know what's going on with Miss Valerie's internet. My question would be is, you need to find out what are all the costs involved for a title company that's a part of that 750. Because if you're getting 150 or even 100 out of that 750, well, the rest of it goes back to them to do something with. What is that something that they're doing? So if you really, instead of being a speculator, being speculatory, business owner, like, there she is. Being speculatory, then you should be able to at least look into it and investigate it and find out the truth. Find out the truth about this fee and what all goes into it. What's going on, Valerie?
Hey, Uncle Griff, how are you?
Good.
I'm echoing.
Yeah, you got me up on two different devices.
Well, I turned the other one off. I'm echoing.
Yeah, you got me up on two different devices.
I turned the other one off. I had you on 4. I because I had to leave. I put you on in the car, and now I'm back. But my
Gotcha.
question for you is when you're doing a signing, do you need to log every particular notary that you do in your blog book?
That would be strictly depending on your state law. Like in California, I believe it is. In California, you have to do it that way. So it all depends on your state law. So are you in two different browsers with me playing? YouTube on one and StreamYard on another? So are you in two different browsers with me playing?
No, I'm not.
YouTube on one and StreamYard on another?
No, I turned you off on the other browsers. No, I'm not.
Okay. I can deal with it. I can deal with it.
Can you? Because I can't. But then my next thing is today I had my very first signing, which I'm in Texas, and it was a cash out. And I walked in there like a boss because of listening to you. You are the best guy on YouTube doing this notary stuff. Everybody else is about the money, and you break it down where we all can understand what's going on. And like you say, the long-term goal instead of the right now satisfaction. And I love it.
So how did what I say help you with this cash out?
Just to be confident in what I needed to do. Like this morning when you got your Friday flitter, you said to go in there and shut up and just go in there and do your do what you need to do. And I went in, introduced myself, and I told him straight off the bat that I'm a signer. I'm just here to watch you sign these documents. If you have any questions about your interest rate, how much your payout is, all of this stuff, we can stop at any point and call the lender. That all of that was above my pay grade. And I told him, even if I know the answer, by law, I can't give it. So that took that off the table right off the bat for them not to even approach me with, well, why did they say so-and-so? And when we were, they said so-and-so. So they knew from the beginning what my limitation was. So that, I like that, being able to go in there with that. And like I said, with the cash out, it only took an hour. There was one paper that had me kind of confused for a while. And I had to call the title company, which it was the wording. It was written backwards because everything else that I've seen with this says scribed and sworn, but they had sworn and scribed and then by.
Yeah.
And so I knew that I needed to put their names there. But then they give you this itty bitty tiny space to write, these two people's first and middle initial and last name, which was a little bit lengthy. So I stacked them.
Right, you could stack them, or you could have put in an all-purpose acknowledgement in place of it.
And I thought about that, doing an all-purpose acknowledgement.
Right, you could stack them, or you could have put in use a jurat. And yes, some companies will reverse the words. Instead of saying sworn and subscribed, then they'll say subscribed and sworn. But when you see those two words, regardless of what order they're in, that's a jurat. You got to do an oath and all of that. But because a lot of people use the integrity journal and other journals where you can do one entry and then denote all the different types of notarizations you did instead of writing each one down individually. So Virginia doesn't have a journal requirement. And I know some notaries here in Virginia, if they're using the individual line one, they'll just do the one signature and then make a comment in a second, in a little comment that how many notarizations they did. So it all depends on your state law when it comes to that part.
Now, with this, with what happened with me today, with this being my very first signing. Now, I've been a notary for a year on paper, been a certified notary, signing agent on paper for a year, and never used it. But after watching your videos, you gave me the confidence to do what I needed to do. And so I was glad of that. And again, but today with the actual notary, I was so glad that I had listened to you and watched your videos and knew exactly what to expect and what to do. And, you know, again, that's why I say I'm so grateful for you. So when you get your membership thing up, I want to be your first in line to sign up.
Well, I'm gonna be working on that this weekend. Like I said, I've been thinking about it, and I said I got to find a way to add value. And I know a lot of people are teaching you how to run a notary business, but they're not teaching, in my opinion, the proper business basics that you need to know. There are times where you have to walk away from money, but if you're just starting out as a notary, and no sooner than you get started and you haven't even got your first order, everybody's telling you how much money you shouldn't be accepting. Don't accept, don't accept, don't accept. I'm like, where's that? How is that helping you as a business owner that you start on Monday? I'm new notary. I'm all NSA certified. I'm ready to rock and roll. And they're saying, okay, the first thing you need to do is don't do this. Don't take these orders. And then the question is, okay, why? Well, you're worth more than that. You're better than that. Okay, what makes me better than that? What makes me better than $85? What makes me better than $95? Well, and then it's all about, well, you'll be hurting me. I'm like, bump you. I don't even know you. You mean I'm hurting you? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, well, you didn't care about me when I was out here struggling, working 3 W-2 jobs and stuff. You know, so now I have an opportunity to get 3 or 4 $85, $90 orders in a day and make what I would normally make in 2-3 days. I can make that in 1 day and then multiply that times 5. You tell me how the heck that ain't a positive.
Order, I actually can't. I was at a loss. It was $150 job, but in Texas with the cash out, you have to do it in an attorney's office. So then I had to pay the attorney $75. So I'm only going to bring in profit-wise $75. Well, actually less than that when you count the paper and all that stuff. But the actual place that it was right in the middle of both of our houses. And so I didn't go a mile. So, you know, I don't worry about gas, but I needed the experience of doing the signing. And that was the first person. They called me directly. You know, it wasn't a signer called me directly. They didn't send out a mass email or nothing. And I guess because of the little area I'm in a small town in Texas. So I've looked up everybody that's in my area. And so then I started putting the area codes that nobody else is putting on their profile in our area, which is actually for being in a rural county, makes me have to drive, but I'm catching all that y'all don't want to catch, I think.
Yeah, but then you get the 56 cents a mile tax deduction.
Right.
So if you look, so yeah, you're saying, well, because of the cost of the paper, well, the paper didn't, I mean, how much did the paper really cost? And the ink, and people have done assessments. I've done an assessment, and you're talking about maybe what, 3 cents a page? So 3 cents a page to print, but then you're getting 56 cents a mile. So you look at how much money you made off of that and other tax deductions that you have. And that's where having an accountant comes in to play to help you understand the tax breaks that you get. So to me, it's still a profit. I mean, a positive, and you can gain a profit because there's tax breaks and there's things that you get as a business owner that you don't get as a W-2, different write-offs and things of that nature. So the thing is, as you make money, then you get the deduction, the self-employment tax deduction for each stamp that you take. I mean, all of these things here that you don't get as a W-2, you get. So that's why when you look at the volume of work, I don't see what as a negative. Now, there's a video that I have on my channel talking about Texas cash outs, and I have a link in there to the actual state statute, and it talks about, and if I read it correctly, you need to look at it and check it out for yourself, that you don't, it's not that you have to actually be in an attorney's office, but you have to be at the physical address where there's an attorney office is. So
Yeah,
you
that's a
don't
new statute that just came out this year that I did
so
find out about.
right.
But
So that means if I'm understanding it right, and that you can be in the property, but you don't necessarily have to be in their office. If I understood that correct. So what were you going to say?
oh, I was gonna say I could have been in the parking lot, but it's hot in Texas.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
So I would
So
rather be comfortable in the air and went ahead and paid the $75 because, like I said, I wanted the experience, and it'll come back.
right. Yeah, it'll come back.
That's also making connections because the
Mhm.
lawyer office was like, "Oh, if you have any more of these, feel free." Which it'll be their 75. They making money too, the 75. But at the same
Right.
time, I'm getting connections, and now they know, hey, if we need a notary, we can call Val.
Mhm. And
then
then as you
work
go,
together.
time goes by, you can say, okay, well, can I just pay a flat fee?
Right.
Because if you get going, it's like, okay, look, I'm in this to make money just like y'all in there to make money. So can we have an agreement that I pay y'all a flat fee? Because I'm doing this amount of work, Mr. Lawyer, Miss Lawyer. How about I just do a flat fee? Y'all know I'm in and out. I'm not causing any problems, this, that, or the other. I will always coordinate with your team. And I come in, I do what I got to do, and I bounce. Let's say, if you got enough business coming, let's say $200 or $300 a month, I pay you. If you got that, if you got that kind of volume of business. So if you got, let's say what 150. So if you got maybe say 7, 8, or say 7 to 10 of those coming a month, I'm like, okay, let me kick over to you, maybe 200 or okay, 300. So that's 4 signings. So every 4 signings, okay, fine. But I got 8 or 9 others after that I'm doing, and that's going to put some dollars in my, pocket. But we got a deal, and I'm coming in and not causing problems. You know what I'm saying? So if they're willing to work that way, then cool. If not, okay, but I will be looking for other options, with other attorneys, and maybe present yourself at a flat fee. I'll pay you a flat fee for access to your facilities. And maybe present yourself at a flat fee. I'll pay you a flat fee for access to your facilities. All right, we got Mr. Ferguson coming in.
Do I have any more questions? I'm trying to think. Oh, just a comment that I'm gonna let you go so we can get out of this squeakiness.
Okay.
But I like the point where you said about the spouse and being working as a team. My husband actually runs a local cab company here in town. Excuse me, that's family owned. So he's all about us not working on W-2s and going out there getting that hustle and making that money and doing what we have to move forward. Leave a legacy for our children to have. But I'm gonna thank you and keep the good work up, and I can't wait to talk to you again.
Thank you. What's going on, my man?
Hey, how's it going, Uncle Griff?
Good, buddy.
Hey, you know what? Thank you so much, for doing this for the people and stuff like that. It's awesome. Hey, you know what?
All right, hold on. All right, say that again, partner.
No, so I was saying, definitely appreciate what you do, for the people, this what you share with us. Just the knowledge that you provide is well worth it. So for you, for me rather, I don't mind helping out others, with regards to like pay, like setup and stuff like that, just because, you got to pay it forward. And I definitely appreciate what you've like provided. You got me off my butt, so I'm like a type of person. I'm a Gemini, and we're really indecisive. So we have a lot of stuff that we do. We dabble in this, dabble in that, and that one particular video, that we corresponded on was definitely the thing that I needed to go. and now I'm enjoying it, you know, like getting in and doing this. It's just a different experience. I'm probably different than most. I have actually a really good job, a really good W-2, as you would say. But eventually, like the goal is to be out of that. You know, if you can run a business, ideally that's the best, especially for us, you know, not just be dependent upon somebody else. We're making other people rich. When you work with W-2, that's what you're doing. You're making somebody else rich versus, hey, let me just like build up myself and whatnot. So, but like definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, man, my whole life, I've always done everything I can to help people. And a lot of people, what people don't realize, this has always been me, to find a way to help people. When I was a kid, when I learned how to fix something on a bicycle, I would go get the other fellas in the neighborhood like, yo, let me show y'all how to fix it. Now, they didn't, like, man, I don't care about that. But I was excited, like, man, I don't care. I fixed this because now I don't have to go out and try to convince my pops to buy me a new bike because I fixed what was broke. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And that was before the internet. Now, we also used to do some bad things to get bike parts, you know, acquire bike parts, you know, that weren't in a store and that was on somebody else's bike, but you know,
absolutely,
and everything, you know, and I was like, okay, that ain't gonna be the life that I want to live. So I said, let me do things right and everything. So I understand, you know, the temptation that we get in and we want to do things wrong. And what I want to see people do, and not trying to segregate, but I want to see our people, Black people, do things right. I just have to say it that way because as quiet as it's kept in the public realm, and that's even what my man Kwame Brown, not, you know, like I know in person, but that's even what Kwame Brown is talking about.
Absolutely.
We got to do things correctly. It's like when you're trying to do things right, it's like, no. And that's why I said it's too much of this here lying about your profile just to get work. You know, I'm like, okay, you're not the kind of business owner I want to really be kicking it with. Because if you're going to sit here and lie about that, what else are you going to lie about? Because if the pressure isn't even on you, or you got this fake pressure on you from somebody else, going back to the video I talk about, stop being scared. They done got you afraid that you'll never make it in this business. So you got to lie about your profile. Then it's like, okay, where's your character at? Where's your character with regards to this? And it's just, and that is what hurts the business. And we are seeing that now because these signing companies and these title companies have started taking a look. They're looking at who you've been trained by. And I'm not saying that these people are, that you shouldn't sign up with them or pay your money, but let's just be honest. If you're there to be a notary to sign and stamp documents and notarize them, but you're getting trained by somebody who says that's not what I'm there to do, then what good are you to me? Well, I'm going to teach you how to run the business. I'm going to teach you how to run the notary business. Okay. And I hear that from multiple different people about the multiple different instructors out there, but the person don't know how to notarize. If you don't know how to notarize and you're a notary running a notary business, how can you truly be successful?
And I don't mean to interject, but I think so. I definitely understand where you're coming from with that, and I'm a firm believer in just knowledge. I'm like a sponge. I like to know stuff because I don't want to sound ignorant. So it is just how it is. That's how I am. I read a lot, not necessarily, you know, novels and what, but I'm always up to facts just so I can prove people wrong. I hate to say it, but that's just how I am. But yeah, you're absolutely right in the sense of, I think a lot of people are trying to run before walking. You know, they're like automatically jump in. Hey, you haven't even got this part down. So you need to make sure this is done right and then go there. And you're liable to make mistakes. And here's the thing. If you make mistakes in like a loan doc, like a set of loan docs, it's a costly mistake most likely versus, you know, maybe a notarial mistake. Yes, they can be bad as well. But when they're dependent upon you to get these documents signed and notarized, and you don't do it, rate locks get destroyed and other things. And so that creates havoc for all the people involved, whether it be escrow, whether it be title, obviously real estate agents as well. So I think that people they're jumping the gun a lot, you know, and for me, I'm on the opposite side. I kind of take too long of a time, on a lot
Mhm.
of things, and which is why like that was so important. What you said, like just basically get off your butt,
Mhm.
because I was one of the ones who sat around, even though like I knew, just didn't have like the confidence, and and that's, I think honestly that's in us, that's in a lot of us,
Yeah.
just because of historical stuff. We don't need to get
Correct.
into that tonight because that's not the topic tonight, but it's just something like seeing somebody like you, it's extremely powerful, and not just you, but just seeing a lot of us doing this
Mhm.
kind of stuff,
Yeah.
finding like a different way. It doesn't have to just be, and I'm not trying to be like diss anybody else. I live in California, so
Right.
I'm around everybody.
Right.
But like
But you're
just
speaking
like
the truth of what you see.
what I see exactly,
Right.
So
Yeah, you're speaking the truth of what you see. And that's why I keep sharing with everybody. If you listen to Eric Thomas, when I listen to that man, I'm like, he's speaking what I was speaking years ago privately to my wife and to friends. I just didn't have the courage to stand up and say, okay, I'm going to say this and people are going to listen to me, because I know that, well, see, one of the things that attracts people is that if you have this tragic story. So if you have a tragic story, or you have what I call the TD Jakes magnetic personality, that you just boom, and people are like, okay, I'm gonna listen to him. That's not me. That's not me. I'm not that great of an orator when it comes to that. And I don't have some tragic story like with Eric, and like where he came from, running away from home, eating out of garbage cans, living in a abandoned building. I don't have that tragic story that makes people more sympathetic and say, okay, well, let me listen to him a little bit more.
Mhm.
I'm just speaking what I consider, what I believe the truth is based off of the research that I've done. And for some people, it's like, well, that ain't good enough. Now, I think what people have gravitated and listened to me is because in comparison to other people, it's like, okay, we see they're just trying to get more money out of my pockets, and they done took all the money already, and they still trying to dig in my pockets and even see if they can turn the lint that's in my pocket into some dollars for them. But this guy is just trying to give me some gain, just trying to get me some gain, and it's making sense. So I said, well, let me just speak logically and intelligently, and I'm gonna let people decide what they want to do with it, because at the end of the day, this is what I do know. It's all about truth. And what I've learned, if you as an individual, irregardless of your race, regardless of how you classify yourself on this earth, if you can't operate in truth, if you have a problem operating in truth, irregardless of who it came from, you're going to have a hard time. Because if the truth is spoken and you're like, and you recognize within yourself, okay, that's truth, but look at who it came from. Nah, I ain't going to execute it. I try to learn and execute truth, irregardless of who it comes from. Now, if the person who it does come from, it's like, okay, and even if, even the former, well, it was 45, there were some things back in the day that he spoke concerning business that's true.
Mhm.
And I'm like, okay, there's some truth to that. You can't argue with the truth. Truth is
Mhm.
true, even though it might come from a wino. And that's the way I was taught growing up. Wino sitting up there half drunk, they speaking some truth. They're like, look, man, this is what you need to do. You need to watch your boy, because sometimes your boy be hanging around your house, and you all the time, you with your girl, he all of a sudden popping up at your house. It's like, yeah, why you always coming over here, man? When me and old girl, okay, you might be peeping my little lady. You know what I'm saying? I remember that the guy was saying that old drunk, he's like, man, you always got to watch your boys, if only time they want to come around you is when your girl over at your house, or when you with your lady, they want to show up and want to hang out. Like, you know what? That's a good piece of advice, Mr. Drunkard. And I never forgot that. I'm like, all right, yeah, the art of the deal. So there's certain business principles that we have to implement in our business to grow it. And that's why, like, that's what moves me and motivates me. And that's why I'm able, case in point, I told people over a year ago, you need to, and this is way before I got on here with y'all, and I've never really talked about it. I don't think I ever talked about it, but I told people locally, like, look, y'all need to look at getting into being a drone flyer. If you're talking about trying to make some money, you need to learn about being a drone flyer. Man, you don't know what you're talking about, Grill. I said, look, now check this out. I was trying to find my son a job, and I was flipping through Indeed, and I saw this thing said Part 107. I'm like, what the heck is a Part 107? See, to me, this is just me. When you are, as you developing a business mindset or really have a business mindset, you get inquisitive and you see something that is different, because all you see, I was seeing delivery driver, newspaper, delivery driver, warehouse worker, Part 107. Whoa. Part one, what the heck that got to do with anything? Okay, let me see what the Google Part 107. Bam. I'm like, oh man, a whole new world opened up to me. Drone flying and this and that. And I'm looking at the drone flying videos. I'm like, whoa. Come to find out, yeah, you can fly a drone all day long, but you can't get paid.
Can't monetize,
You can't monetize it.
Yep.
Unless you Part 107.
Yep. Then they catch you, and the thing is, like, if they catch you doing it, then you're screwed. You know, they catch you doing on YouTube videos making, oh, check this out, and you got ads on there. They're going, nah, you don't have that Part 107. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So I'm sitting here, I'm like, so I went out and I found a school. I can't. It's been so long. I never did do the course. I got it. I'm signed up to doing this. A lot of them out there. Some of them ain't all that reputable. But I found one that's reputable. I paid, I think, maybe $100 or a little bit more for it. And I have access to it anytime I want. So I even bought a drone sitting over here in my living room, and I floated around a couple of times. And one thing I learned, you need to have one that has a long battery life. So I got a one that has a long battery life, two 30-minute battery packs. So I got an hour worth of drone flying time. All of that on my phone here. On my other phone, I got the we call Before You Fly, which lets you know the no-fly zone. So I have all of that. Now, this year I did all of this a year and a half ago. Okay, now people, listen to me. Listen to me. When you have a business mindset, you will pay attention to the most mundane thing, something that everybody else might say, nah, that ain't a business opportunity. Again, today, what did I end up doing? 2 weeks ago, a place called Drone Up pops up in our area. I'm like, Drone Up, gotta be drones. I Google them real quick, find out, okay, this is some kind of drone place. Didn't say a whole lot about it. Okay, some kind of drone thingy. Today, I take a signing and I'm sitting in there with the CFO of that company. So I take a 22-page signing for $90 again. And I know people get tired of hearing me say this, but I got to pick on this part. Had I had the mindset that I'm not moving off of my butt for anything under $100, I would have never taken that order. I would have never sat there and met this guy from Drone Up. The man gave me, just so you see, got his business card, the CFO, droneup.com. I told him, I said, I'm going to be pumping you tonight, man. I said, I'm going to put links in my description, all of that about y'all. They are connected with Walmart, and they're talking about establishing drones in every single Walmart. All Walmarts, not just a few, all. You see what I'm saying? And he said they're starting here in my area. And then he said they're going to have this little thing and they're going to be flying them around starting around October for Halloween, delivering to people. And he said, with this here, he said, you can have a career, you can learn. He said, man, you can have your own regional drone of air stores that you're in charge of. He said, if you really get in here, I'm sitting there like, man, you trying to pull me away from notary and everything. But I felt so vindicated and so good today that something that I saw so obscured 18 months ago that everybody around here was laughing at. You don't know what you're talking about, man. Ain't nobody going to be doing no drone thing. Now it's here. Now it's here. The only thing that wish I could have went ahead on and did, and I didn't, was get the 107 part done so I could jump in it right now. But I'm going to go back and do that. But I have access to the course. I paid for it. And I said, I'm gonna at least pay for the course and have it so that when that opportunity comes, I'll have access to go take the course when I need to, rather than try to scramble and find it. This is what I want for y'all, that you can take this notary business and move it into other things. Because I have come to the conclusion that 80% or more of the notaries who are currently in this business since the pandemic are not going to be in here 5 years from now, either for one reason or the other. And more than likely, and I'm hoping that 20% of that 80 will move on into their other business, meaning you made money in this, you've learned some things in this that you can take into another business and expand and do something else. But you got to have the right mindset, and you got to be able to look at the opportunity. And going back into the husband and wife issue, it will be just terrible if the wife or the husband is the partner, whoever is trying to move forward, and that spouse of yours, that partner of yours, is like, even it could be your mom, dad, it could be a cousin, somebody who you tight with, and they keep being a roadblock. Not purposefully, but because they themselves don't know. They don't get it. And they don't see the opportunity in what you see. And at that point, as I told my wife and kids, I said, look, I know y'all don't see the notary thing the way I see it, but I got to do this. And all I ask is that y'all don't do anything that would interfere with me going forward. I said, I'm going to make sure that I still do my role as a father and as a husband, but I need y'all to just work with me, and mainly my sons, and say, don't do nothing where I'm bailing y'all out of jail, got kids running around here, you ain't married, or you decide to get married, and then y'all decide that y'all now all of a sudden y'all act like y'all don't like each other after you. I said, no, cut all that stuff out. I can't have that. If I'm trying to move forward, I can't have distractions. I'm going to still be here for y'all. I'm going to still support y'all, but y'all got to do what you're supposed to do. You can't go out here acting up, because every moment you act up, that causes me to stop what I'm doing as a dad. And I got to fix stuff that you done got yourself into that you shouldn't be in. And now I can't move forward. And I'm not going to be too happy about that. So you can't be upset at me for grunting and growling around the house, because because you're interfering with and you're delaying me for moving forward. And I've had those conversations with my sons. And now, as you see, my son, he's in the business with me. So they get it, and they understand the importance of having a clean life and doing what they need to do to move forward. And that's what needs to happen within the family. And then you as the individual need to have the courage to stand on it, even when everybody else around you don't understand, and you get to that point, shoot, you're going to be awesome. So that's why I said I'm calling it the business mindset, because this, to me, this goes beyond just being a notary. This goes on just stamping. Once you figure that out, okay, now what you can do: commercial real estate, lawyers. I mean, I got a contact now with a nursing home that I went in there and did a signing for them, because another notary said, hey, ask Griff to do it. I think because they work in Williamsburg, and they asked him, they said, yeah, I'll do it. Next thing I know, they're like, okay, you are a notary. I'm like, I am? They're like, yeah, you are a notary, because we can't get people to come out here. Okay, cool. I said, I'm available 24/7 anyway. They said, perfect. And then next thing I know, I get a phone call from a guy today saying, yeah, you went out there and did the signing for my stepdad. We need some more paperwork signed. You available? I said, let me know when. He said, okay, I'll get back with you. So that has already led into repeat business, because I took advantage. Because let's just say she told them to contact me, and then I'm like, well, all I'm going to make on this is like $25. So I ain't doing that, because it ain't enough money. I looked at it as, it's $25 I didn't have. And then the guy said, man, because you came out here, he said, when you run my car, add another 25 on that. So the order turned out to be 50.
Yeah, you know what, Griff, and I'm going to just leave you with two things. I mean, one is I hear that so often about like the pay. I know I made a comment. I think one of your videos recently, or no, I think your last live stream, I was commenting and you were saying something about it. I really wonder like how these people, and maybe it's just me, and I'm a little bit different. I know I am, but they're scoffing at these prices, and I'm like, and you see it, you do see it in Facebook, like in different Facebook groups, you see it all over the place. You see it even like in forums for like notary forums and stuff like that. I'm like, wait. I guarantee you don't make $100,000 normally. I know you don't, because that's why you're trying to do something else, because you don't make enough. So then why are you doing that? It's one, it's experience. Two, you just like what happened to you don't know necessarily what's going to happen when you go there. You can find somebody who's a celebrity. I've seen people like meet up with celebrities on like just doing a regular loan signing, but I don't get it. And I think that I'm fine. If everyone wants to do that, then keep sending them over here to me, the people in the Bay Area where I live. So everyone that I'm able to do, I literally hit available. And if they reach out to me and they ask me, I'll tell them straight up, well, yeah, absolutely, I can do this. And he's confirmed. Usually that's what it's been. And just starting between last week and this week, it's already like 6 signings, just like that. And I'm still working. I still have my job. Granted, my job is I'm working at home. But the idea is like to get these under your belt so you feel comfortable. So when you go to these places, you're not sitting there like, oh, I don't know what to do. You know, you need to understand what's going on. And I think that people like just don't want to take the time. They don't want to take the effort to do it. They want instantaneous results. And that has never worked for anybody. No one out there.
Yeah.
So
that's perfect, man. You right on point with that.
Yeah, you know what, Griff, like I said, you are phenomenal, sir. I'm not gonna keep up your time. I know like maybe somebody else wants to jump on too.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, we'll definitely chat another time. Next live, I'll jump on again.
All right, cool, man. Thanks.
Later, sir.
All right, I'm gonna go grab me another water real quick, y'all. Hold on. All right. Yeah, so somebody was asking advertising. Yeah, Google My Business is a great way. LaShawn Jenkins from the Notary Institution. She has a great Google My Business page item. So check her out. Yeah, she's real good with that. So she will be an excellent source for that. Yeah, because you can do real estate, you can do weddings, anything. Because once you get 107, Part 107 license, you can get paid. If you're not Part 107 and you're doing stuff and you're trying to get paid, yeah, you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. So let me see. Yeah, the general notary, just like they said, do the marketing. Oh, yeah, Spence, the special announcement was that I'm going to be doing a members only page, not like the members only jacket, which I wish I had one. I love them jackets, but a members only page dealing with some basic notary stuff. And then business we'll call business mindset, where we're going to be getting into really understanding business. Because let's just be real. I know that there are notaries who are doing this business in this industry, and you really don't have a good handle on how to be a business owner. And even after you've taken somebody's course, you're doing the things that you're replicating what they told you to do to get business as a notary. But you may not understand fully what you need to do as a business owner, because there's some things, I mean, you have to be able to recognize opportunities that are there. You know what I'm saying? You have to recognize when not to go down certain roads, find another avenue to get to where you're going. You know what I'm saying? Build up your reputation and then go back and present yourself. So you start off, you know, I mean, case in point, to me, it's not a smart business move that when you are dealing with the company for the very first time, talking about a signing company, and you do the order, and then no sooner than you finish the order, you're sort of demanding that they make you a preferred notary. And I hear from signing companies when I talk to them, and it's not like they calling me. So let me not, I don't want it to seem like signing companies are calling me saying, "Hey, Griff." But when I happen to talk to them, they're like, and I asked them, I say, "Y'all have any preferred notary issues?" And they're like, "Yeah, we got these notaries. Sometimes before they even do a signing with us, they're asking us to make them a preferred notary." And it's like, let's see here. And so that's the issue. See, let me just be plain and simple with y'all. You know, plain, simple, and straightforward. And this even applies to me. Not everything that a notary person says that you should do will work. I'm just letting that sink in for a moment. I don't care who that person is, and I don't care how much prestige they have. I don't care how wealthy they are. I don't care how popular they are. Not everything works, because the notary does not control the signing companies, the title companies. No matter how popular, how big they are, no matter how many students he or she has, no matter how much money they make, that individual does not control and does not dictate what other companies do. They can maybe talk to them and try to influence them. They can probably talk to them and try to, try to like suggest that, hey, I got these notaries, and if they come from me, they're going to be like this, that, and the other. Okay, cool. But it's too many signing companies. There's too many title escrow lenders for any notary trainer to influence the whole industry, meaning everybody's going to act and take and do this way. That's just not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? So you have to be mindful about listening to some of everything that people say. And that even includes me. I'm sharing what I can offer my business experience, but I do everything I can to bring receipts. I try to show y'all evidence of what I'm talking about to support what I'm saying. And so y'all can understand why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking, why I'm dealing with things the way I'm dealing. Case in point, again, like I talked about the notary running their mouth. I don't know whether it was a man or a woman, but the notary running their mouth and caused this couple to go through 5 months of pain trying to get this new loan because they could save a few extra points. But at the end, they really didn't save anything because the loan amount is still the same. They didn't save, so. And I had just did a video about being careful about what you say. Don't go around saying too much. So I try to bring examples and show you real life things. And even with everything I do, you still got to be mindful that, okay, this is Griff's perspective. And then I don't have a problem being challenged on it. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? I really, really don't. Like people was, like somebody pointed out, asked, are they missing something, and that it shouldn't be the notary's fault? Or when I talked about people printing, when I talked about the notary telling people to print rather than sign, the issue isn't whether or not they're teaching signing or how to write in cursive. The issue is the notary shouldn't be telling somebody to do something that they're not authorized to tell them to do. That's where we get in trouble at. You see what I'm saying? That is the main thing where we getting in trouble at. What is involved in doing a loan application? Great question. With a loan application, and I have not redacted one yet to show y'all, so I can't show y'all one. All that's involved in doing a loan application is you go there. They have a list of documents that they want to receive, that they want to get from the signer. If the signer has those documents, then they will provide them to you, or you could use your Adobe Scan app to scan pictures of it. You have them sign all of the pages that have a signature line for them on the loan application, and then you send it back. There's nothing for you to notarize. There's nothing for you to record in your logbook. They signed a loan application, no different than if you was filling out a loan application for something, and that's it. That's all they're doing. That's all that's involved in it. The only time it can get tough and rough and a little bit painful is when the signer is completely and not prepared to do the loan application, meaning they don't have any of the documentation that they asked for. If they don't have the documentation, then it could take you some time. But other than that, it is not hard to do a loan application. And right now, I've been seeing loan applications in my area coming out for $100. So, $70 to $100, I've been seeing them, and sometimes $45. And even more recently, I've been seeing seller packages. To me, the price would be considered low, but it's like $75 for sellers. But then when you get the documents, it's only 20 pages. So it's like, oh, okay, I can knock that out real quick. You see what I'm saying? All right, what else? Anybody else want to call in? Anybody else want to join the live and ask questions? Because I know y'all got something to say. And any other questions you got about the membership area, about business, about anything that you got going on, call in. All you got to do is click the link there and hop on and everything. And thanks to everybody who's been hitting the like button, even the person who hit the down button. And thanks for, coming on. But the main thing that I, now give me y'all take on this. And I meant to talk about this earlier. Here's my take about, people keep asking about, is the notary business oversaturated? That is a real hard question to answer. But here's my take on it. This is how I'm looking at it. And this may be completely off base, but I'm just going to put it out there, and y'all get my microphone over here nice and close. And y'all tell me, thank you, Tracy. Y'all tell me what y'all think about this. This is what I'm seeing. We're going to take Tracy here. So Tracy comes into the business. Correct. He said it's not oversaturated where he's at. So we got Tracy, and I hope I'm saying his name right, Kuprintis. I hope I'm saying it. That's why I just called him Ferguson. We'll take Tracy and Ferg. So Tracy and Ferguson are brand new notaries. Do y'all notice a pattern that no sooner than people become notaries, that they're saying, hey, you need to look at doing this to make money and this to make money. They're no sooner than you become a notary, they're diverting you from doing loan closings to, hey, you need to be a notary for government contracts. You need to do apostille. You need to do this. You need to do that. You need to be a secret shopper. You need to be a non-secret shopper. You need to be an exposed shopper. All of this stuff that they're doing. So no sooner than you get started, and then you have well, really, if you want to make money, be a notary trainer. So now you've been in the business 3 or 4 months, and all of a sudden you went from being a loan signing agent, notary signing agent, to what? A trainer. Now, if you are a trainer, you got to have somebody to train. Where are you going to get people to train? If you got, let's just say you got 3,000 notaries a month coming in. At 3,000 notaries a month coming in, and they all take the same path as many of you, I hit that. Yeah, I get on that for a second. Let me show that. So 3,000 notaries. Let's just say half of that all of a sudden want to do notary training. Who are you going to train? So you got to market yourself. You got to market the business to get more people in. Let's just say you took somebody's training course. You spent $400, $300, $600 on a training course. You go through the training course and you done whatever you did and got certified. Well, that person need to make more money. That means they got to get more people coming into the notary business. So to me, part of the issue is this constant thing of, let me find somebody to train. Let me find somebody to mentor. The more you need to train people and mentor people, well, you need bodies. So how do you get them? Well, you brag about what you're doing. You brag about how much money you make. And to me, that's the pattern I see. I'm going to brag about how much money I'm making as a notary for about 3 or 4 months, maybe 5 months. And then once I get a following, I'm going to switch over and be a trainer. And I'm like, genius. But then you got people complaining, there's too many notaries in the business. It's oversaturated. Okay, just imagine if the people who joined last year, if half of them didn't brag about how much they made online, if the other half wasn't trying to be a notary trainer, how many people wouldn't even be in this business that really don't want to be in the business? They just trying to make a quick buck. That's what they're in for. They're trying to make a quick buck because that's the way it's portrayed. It's not portrayed as a business. It's portrayed as a side hustle. It's portrayed as, oh, I just sort of happen to fall into this thing and bam, I'm getting, $1,500 a day. That's how it's portrayed. And now once you portray it that way, and then you tell people, oh, I can help you. Well, you need more and more people. And then when people all of a sudden realize that, okay, well, you're really not helping me. You just got my money. If you're getting 100 people a month coming to you and 20% of that each month is dropping off, okay, you gotta replenish that. So you keep pumping it. You keep telling people, you keep saying, oh yeah, come on. I can teach you everything you need to know. Yeah, I'm a notary trainer. I'm a mentor. Yeah, people pay me to do that. I'm like, that's why maybe it's oversaturated. And now you got these people just wandering around lost. I try to get training and nobody won't help me. And they just doing whatever. So maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Oh, well, you hit the down button, or you can always unhit it. You know what I'm saying? You can, there's no feedback now. You can unhit the down button. You know what I'm saying? You can unhit the down button. You know what I'm saying? Oh, all right. So let me see here. All right. Talking about that is a difficult one for me. I ain't gonna lie. This is the hardest one for me because the signers don't want to sign. I'm looking at them sign. As I've said in other times, if the directions don't say that they have to sign exactly as their name is printed, then I honestly don't worry about it. There are times where there's directions that say if you sign this, that, and the other way, your fee will be reduced and you have to go back out there. But if there's no directions in there, and there's a couple coming, I know like Simple Signings, they specifically say they can sign any kind of way they want. That's what they say in Simple Signing. They can sign any kind of way they want. And I'm like, okay, well, if they can sign any kind of way they want, then I ain't gonna worry about it. So there are some companies that they're okay with that. What I would say is if you should double check with them and then tell them that, hey, if the signers have a problem with that, how do you want me to proceed? You need to get that up front. You know what I'm saying? You need to find out and say, hey, how do you want me to proceed if they decide they don't want to do that? And yes, ma'am, I won't let that happen again. So that's one of the things that you have to look at, and I've done that, matter of fact, okay, giving a great example today. I had a signing today at 1:00. It took an hour and a half to do because the gentleman wanted to read every single page of every single document. And then his wife signed. And all she did was printed her name. I was like, whoa. Okay, nah. I said, let me go find out. So I called the signing company. I'm like, hey, is this okay? Are they won't be okay with her printing her name? Because she says she doesn't have a cursive signature. And that's how she signed her name on her ID. They was like, yeah, just go with it. Okay, cool. And we went with it. It was weird because I'm like, okay, this document, you have to sign your name and print your name. And it was print. You know what I'm saying? And she got 3 kids. So she's not no young. I mean, she's, I think, born in the 80s, so maybe the people born in the 80s didn't get taught that. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to the signature, I will encourage them to sign as their name is printed and let them know that, because as the notary, I'm witnessing it. We good. They're like, okay. But some people are like, I can't do it because they've never done it, or they haven't done it in so long that they literally have no muscle memory on how to write their name in cursive in a legible manner. So you can call the signer company and talk to them and see what they say, or you could just roll with it. I mean, that's really completely up to you. You know what I'm saying? But I've done both. I've done both. I've done both. So the goal with the business mindset group, as well as the notary basics, is to help notaries out. Now, if you're not for real about trying to really do the business, if you're just, hey, I'm just here to grift to see when you fuss and act up and all of that, got it. I'm gonna still keep fussing and acting up. I'm gonna still put out information here. But for those who really want help in growing the business, and some more notary stuff, more specific notary items, I'm going to do that to the best of my ability. This thing, hold on, I'm missing something. If you are new, who would you suggest to get your first signing from? The first person that gives you the signing that got some money to pay you. If somebody got some money to pay you and they're going to select you, that goes back to what I keep saying over and over again. Oops, hit the wrong button. That's why I keep saying you got to know how to notarize some documents. If you know how to notarize the documents, look, let me share this with y'all. If you know how to notarize those documents, you will be prepared for anything. Again, let me go full. Brief understanding brief overview on understanding acknowledgements. Free loan doc overview. Free loan doc overview part 2. If you're a Virginia notary, you need to look at this one. Document presentation for new NSAs. Systems checks. Where is that? Time to prep the docs. Matter of fact, I need to move that up. Read and follow instructions. If not, it can cost you money. You see what I'm saying? All about signing. I mean, I've put out a lot of good videos out here. I'll move this up so it'll be at the top, toward the top of the playlist. These are things that I'm trying to help. Yeah, because that's supposed to be system checks 4. And I'll put that there. So time to prep the documents. Also, and again, you got to pay attention to what people say, because a lot of people have been telling me, yeah, Griff, I prepped the docs like you did in that video. And in that video, you know, and I said, okay, yeah, cool. And they say, yeah, because I put, you know, the arrows on every single signature block. I'm like, no. I didn't do that in that video. I didn't put an arrow on every single signature block, only on areas where I thought that they needed to be guided and stuff. Read and follow instructions. Did a video about that. This is why I'm sharing with y'all and I'm asking y'all. And for those of you who might be looking at this on a replay, if you just take the time out and look at the videos, I'm telling you, it will help you out tremendously. The issue is that a lot of people don't want to take the time out to look at the videos and end up like, okay, well, just tell me an answer. And I'm like, the answer you want is in the video. There was one video. Oh my goodness. I just recently went and looked at it again. I hope I have it in here. If not, I'll put it over here. The one where I was talking about, I think I broke the notary pay system. Yeah, this one right here. If you was to go back and listen to this video, I spent more time in this video here talking about the loan docs and how to understand the loan docs than I did about the fact that I took a $25 signing for some trailing docs. You need to go back and look at this video. If you look at this video, I'm telling you, you will. I had to put that on pause. I talked more about in this video about right here at the 10-minute and 58-second mark, an update on being full-time. And I talk more about the loan docs and some of everything in this video. And this was from back in February. So if you just go back and look at that video, you're going to be like, man, Griff was saying this way back then. I'm not trying to throw anything out here to trick anybody. That's why I'm saying take the time out. Take the time out and look at the videos. Look at the videos. And the information is in there. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. So I'm putting the information out. And that's why I struggled trying to come up like, okay, well, yeah, I'm going to do this here mentor. I'm going to do this program. But I honestly think that if you just sat back and looked at the videos that I'm doing, for those of you who's trying to get the understanding the basics of being a notary, I'm like, it's right there. But if you don't want to take the time out and you just want everything spoon-fed to you and handheld, I'm like, okay, see that at some point in time, you got to move from that and like, okay, let me do this for me. Because I keep saying, some of y'all done had babies without any guidance. You done got married without guidance. You done joined the military, got out the military. You done traveled overseas. You done did all of this stuff and had no clue about how to do it. And then you become a notary and you're acting petrified like, what am I going to do? Because people have made you afraid to be who you are. You are great. You have it in you, and you have let somebody that you do not know in a Facebook group or some online forum tell you you have no greatness in you. And you need to stop listening to them. You know how great you are. You know what you've accomplished. You know, and people will tell me, well, you know, I can do anything. Okay, then why are you scared? Well, these are important documents. They're all important. Well, these documents are, you know, these loan documents. Okay. Pieces of paper that somebody got to sign. You know, stop putting restrictions on opportunity. That's one of the things that people keep doing. You keep restricting your opportunity. Well, I can't learn that way. I got to be hands-on. It's going to be hard to be hands-on in this business that you just started. And then you're just going to be like, yeah, I'm going to do these loan docs. I'm going to practice. That's going to be very hard to do. But people keep putting restrictions on the opportunities that are presented to them. Well, I would do it, but, you know, I need 3 days to look at the documents. That ain't going to happen a lot of times. It's not. It really isn't. So if that's not going to happen, then what are you going to do? How are you going to get prepared? You got videos on my channel that can help you get prepared. Well, I would look at it, man, but I don't really like learning like that. It ain't about what you like. It's about what you need to do. If you got the right mindset, you're going to do what you need to do. What do you need to do to accomplish what you need to accomplish so that you can have what you need to have? That's where it's at. What's going on now? You know what I'm saying? That's where it's at. Should I establish them? Okay, you can wait. And again, what I always ask people to do, research the purpose of an LLC and what having an LLC versus not having an LLC would do for you. But even before that, you have to make a determination. How far are you talking about going in this business? See, from day one, I had already made up my mind that I was going to go full time with this business. Didn't know how long it was going to take, but I knew I wanted to go full time. So I said, well, all it costs is about $300 or so, maybe $600 to get an LLC, depending on what state you're in. I go ahead on and get the LLC and I'm good. And then I just work it. I work with my accountant, or if I can do the tax stuff myself, I will. And then each year I just end up paying $50 to renew the LLC. Okay. And then you look at what the LLC can provide you, the protection that can provide you. It's like, okay, well, should I do it or should I not? And it all depends on how you plan on taking your business. I mean, like I said, I already knew that I was going to do this full time, so I didn't want to be out here. And a lot of people say, hey, you can't. Oh, man. Device not connected. Miss Ronette, your device isn't connected yet. So you need to connect your microphone and all of that. Once it gives you an option to connect your microphone and camera. So hit yes on that. You got to hit yes on that. Even if you don't show yourself, you still got to hit yes on that. But yeah, that's the thing. You have to look at and see, here's the thing. And a lot of people say, well, should I start an LLC? My first question to you would be, do you know what an LLC is? And overwhelming majority of the people are like, nah, I really hadn't looked into that. So if you're being told, okay, you need to have an LLC or whatever, to me, the first thing you should do is go look it up. Go research it, find out for yourself. Okay, well, let me see what an LLC is. Let me see what the benefits of having an LLC versus a sole proprietorship. What are the pluses and minuses behind it? You get what I'm saying? I'm going to drop you out, Ronette, and then hop back in. And this time when you do the make sure you give, okay, she hopped out, or he hopped out. I think I'm saying it right. But yeah, hop back in and then give permission to your mic and your other stuff. But that is the thing. And there are some good people out here, some good-hearted people. LaShawn Jenkins, Notary Institution, you know, and everything. But you have to have the right mindset. with all of this. If you don't, it's just going to blow up in your face. You know what I'm saying? So you are a great individual and you have to believe in yourself. If you are having issues believing in yourself, coming up with motivation, I strongly encourage you to look at my playlist, Make Your Move. Majority of the videos in here are from Eric Thomas. Now, I will say this guy here, Dan Penner, he got a mouth on him. He will cuss you out, but he talks some good stuff. He does. He talks some good stuff. Power of positive thinking. Secrets of self-made millionaires. His speech delivery can be a little boring, but when you listen to the content of what he's saying, it's like bam. You know, it's like, okay, this dude is on point. This guy here, TED Talk, Vusi Timbawayo, excellent gentleman, excellent. He knows what he's talking about. I'm telling you, if you listen to these here, transform your pain, reveal your greatness. Commitment is everything. You know, if you take time out, I listen to these every day, not all 1,000% of them, but you know, I listen to motivational speaker stuff every day. Tony Robbins, Zig Ziglar, John Rome, all of them, and they make great points. One of the things that Eric Thomas said, I can't remember which video it is, but he said, average people complain. Average people are the ones complaining. And I have to say, if you look at the people who are complaining in Facebook, they're average. Les Brown, phenomenal. You look at them, average people blame everybody else for what they don't get. And when he said that, it was just like bam and everything. Just so y'all know, yeah, I do have my fritter. I mean, when he said that, I was like, yeah, they are. When you think about it, they're not doing anything exceptional. They're complaining that you are keeping them from making money. Billionaire, millionaire business owners don't talk that talk. Oh, you trying to stop me? Okay, well, guess what? I'm going to run you over. Oh, come on, baby girl. Come on. Yep. Just need to connect your microphone and all of that. Because once you connect your mic and camera, then you can be added. But that is the key. I mean, you think about it. Average people are the ones who are really complaining. That's right, Tracy. Immerse yourself in knowledge, research, whatever it is. That's why I'm saying don't let these people bully you, because that's what they're doing. They're bullying you. And it's a trip because some of you have never been bullied a day in your life until you became a notary. You became a notary, and next thing you know, you getting bullied and told you better not take this. You better not. I mean, that's really what people are saying. You better not. And I'm like, okay, well, what you gonna do if I do? Well, I'm gonna kick you out the Facebook group. Okay, but that ain't gonna stop me from making money, is it? No, you just won't be around us. Okay, I can live with that. I can live with that. Okay. And a lot of times the spouse, my wife could tell you stories about when we first got married. There was things that I was trying to do, and she was like, she wasn't in it. She wasn't on there, you know, and it took her some time and everything. And she's all in now. And as a husband, and this here piece of advice for husbands, and I would even say for wives. I know you're trying. You're trying to still saying your microphone and cam not connected. Why is that? And it won't let me do anything on this side. You know, we have to find a way as spouses to support and to get on board, to believe. And see, I think also this goes back to your relationship prior to you starting a business. If your relationship with your loved one was tense, y'all really didn't support each other, y'all sort of jabbed at each other, put each other down, and then you're talking about, yeah, I'm gonna start a business and I want you to back me, you're always making me look bad in front of your mama and them, and now you want me to back you. Nah, you good, I'm good. Nah. So I think that personal relationship outside of business needs to be cultivated. You have to have that straight first. You may have to go to your spouse and apologize and say, hey, look, I'm sorry, I was wrong. But then you don't turn around and say, okay, now support me in my business. It don't work that. You apologize, you admit where you was wrong at, and then you work toward building trust. And then once you build the trust, they will see, okay, well, maybe I need to help him out, or maybe I need to help her out. And they'll come to you organically and be like, hey, you need some help with this? They'll see you struggling and be like, okay, let me hop in here. That's what can happen. But you first got to admit that, hey, I did something wrong to you. I was complete and I apologize, and it's not going to happen again. And then when the opportunity comes up for you to do wrong to them again, don't. Because the opportunity is going to come up. So when it comes up, you're like, you know what? Let me back out of this. Okay, let me think. Let me be aware of what's going on and not do that again. And cultivate that relationship to where you and them are doing good with each other. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would like to see from couples. Why? Your why has to be bigger than anything or anyone has to say, I believe in this business. Yeah, I know Mary does. Me and Mary talk all the time. Mary is all in. She is doing phenomenal. I know she's made her money back. She was telling me we have a notary in this area. She done hit 10K 1 month doing signings while working a full-time job. You know what I'm saying? And her husband, supports her. I know other notaries that are doing, 8K, 9K. Their wives support them. So, that family support is key. And I'll be honest, I mean, like right now, my wife is asleep. And many nights I'm up late at night, and she knows she don't have to worry about me pretending like I'm on the internet and doing stuff with work, and then I'm sneaking out the house. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. America. So my wife instills not even a certain level of trust into me, and I respect that trust, and I give it back to her, and she respects that trust. And it's just a hurtful feeling to be able to have, not to have your spouse, that loved one, support you. But when you have that spouse and they're supporting you, even though they may not do the business, and they don't have to do the business to support you, all they need to do is understand and be aware of when you need help. And if you have somebody that's like that, oh my goodness, that is just the most phenomenal thing ever. That they can feel your pain and they can sense, okay, you're tired, you need to rest. Which you know what? I'll take the thing. Give me what do I need to do when I take it to FedEx, and they take it to FedEx for you. That's what we want. That little bit of help right there just relieves so much off. I'm tired and I got to get these shipped out, and they're like, you know what? I can take it to FedEx for you. You will? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, baby. Thank you. That's what you want. Just admit it to yourself what you want. Pray about it. Meditate on it. But start by getting yourself straight. Because you can't ask them to give in to you and to do what you need to do and to help you out, and you still being a butthole. you still being mean and nasty. You can't get so caught up in this business that you can't do your wifely duties and your husbandly duties. And I'm not just talking about the intimacy stuff. I'm just talking about being there for them. You got to do all of that. You got to have that true work-life balance. And it can be difficult. It can be difficult at times. And sometimes you just, there's times where it's like, okay, just hop in the bed and give your baby a hug. Give him a hug, give her a hug. Sometimes you just stop what you're doing and just sit down with them on the couch and talk, cuddle, and just what's going on. Give them a back rub, rub their head. You know what I'm saying? It does wonders for them and it does wonders for you. But see, this isn't what they're talking about being in. All they're talking about is just going. And that's part of the reason why my wife is an integral part of this business. And that's why you'll see her from time to time, so people will know that, hey, we are in this together. She's doing her thing. I'm doing my thing, but we're in this together. We talk about the business. I can share with her notary stuff. She gives me ideas. She talks to me about her cosmetology school. I give her ideas and we go back and forth and we help each other that kind of way. So I think Mary's in Tennessee. Yeah, I work full time and just take signings. You can do this business. Don't hesitate to keep asking questions, but you have to take the signing. You have to. You have to take the signings. You got to go out there and do this thing. I don't know what you need. Well, let me ask this here. And I wish Ronette was able to hop on. But if anybody wants to hop on, let me throw that up there again. And tell me, and if you have to put in the chat, fine, but somebody call in, hop on, whatever, and tell me, what is it that you absolutely need right now in order for you to go ahead on and do this business to any level? Okay, don't put restriction. Like, well, I would do it full time. No, to any level. What does it take? Man, they're trying to hop in and they still can't. What do you need to have happen in order for you to even take 3 signings a week? Okay, let's break it to that. What is it that's holding you back? What do you need in order for you to do, at least to say, okay, I'm going to attempt to do 3 signings a week? What is it? What's missing in your life? What is missing right now? Maybe I can help. Maybe somebody, that's on the live screen can help. What is missing right now that is prohibiting you from being able to go out here and do this, at least say 3 signings a week? That could be easily $850 to $1,000 or a little more than $1,000 a month. Fear of failure. Okay. Now, my question will be to you this. This is why I wish you could call in, Angela, because this is where I need to talk to you to ask these questions, okay? And it's not to put you on the spot, but this is just because if you called me on the phone, I would ask you these same questions, okay? So I'm never trying to put anybody on the spot. And right, you have a hard time catching signings. Now, fear of failure. What I need you to do is define what would failure be. What is failure to you? At what point would you consider this failure? That's what I need to know. Because you said you made a statement, but you haven't defined what failure would be. What's going on, Katrina? That's my girl there. What's going on? Glad you popped in. Okay. Okay. So Angela said, not being able to make intelligent words when in front of the client. Okay. Then the question would be, intelligent words about what? What are you trying to sound intelligent about? That would be the question, because then the other question would be, have you looked at my loan doc overview videos? Because if you're talking about being able to explain the documents or try to give a brief summary about the documents, I advise that you don't, when you first starting off in your first 5 or maybe 10 signings, you may, thank you, lady, need to back down on how much you say about it. And I'm glad you admitted that, because this is one of the issues that I talked about a while back. And I see what you're saying, Ms. Sparrow, about needing the opportunities. Okay. I'm asking, if you have the opportunity, what's stopping you from taking advantage of it and doing it? Now, you're right. You need to get the signings. And again, that goes back to making sure your profile is straight. So when they see your profile and read it, they'll be like, okay, we're going to give her an opportunity. Okay. Now, going back to Angela, when it comes to not being a good speaker, sometimes it's good not to speak. Just say the bare minimum. If you're going to say anything about the document, even with my son, not that he's not a good speaker, but he's just starting out. What I share with him is, hey, just say the title of the document. Don't even try to give anything beyond the title. This is your borrower's consent to use tax return. Please read and then sign after you finish reading, if you so desire to read. This here is your deed. What is a deed? Okay, this means if you're going to give an explanation on that, the best you can say is, and the truth is, it just states that the property belongs to you. That's simply it. The note. What is a note? Will we take a note? No, the note is just your promise to pay. Just stating that you promise to pay, as it says right here. I mean, you keep it very, very simple and to the point and correct. Rehearse with family and friends. I think the biggest issue is if you're trying to sound intelligent, just flow. Just speak the truth of what's in front of you. This here is your deed of trust. This here is your signature and name affidavit. This here is your identity affidavit. This here is your survey affidavit. This here is your occupancy affidavit. And keep in mind that a lot of signers now are being given the opportunity to review their documents. So if you are worried about what you're going to say to somebody that you haven't even sat in front of, when there's a high chance that they may get the documents ahead of time, and all you really need to do is just sit there and allow them to sign, and then you do your part of notarization, and then you're gone. And the thing is, it's happening with a lot of notaries is that, yes, yeah, they're trying to say stuff about the documents, but they're still messing up the notarization. They're more focused on trying to talk about the documents and trying to present and say something because they heard this in Facebook and what their notary trainer has told them. And they're thinking that that's the most important thing as a notary, and it's not. It is not. That is not the most important thing. And then again, if you're in an attorney state, what is there for you to say about the documents when there's going to be an attorney there and they're going to be doing all of that? That is the thing, that is not the most important thing. If you really sit back and say, what is the most important thing for a notary to do? And this is what I did. And when I sat back and said, well, the most important thing is that I do what I was commissioned to do. So am I good at doing that? And once I got involved with different people, no, if you pay, you get to stay. I like that. And what I've learned from multiple people, multiple times, is that, I don't forget what I was going to say. Oh, man, I saw that. It just threw me off. I was getting ready to say something. I ain't going to worry about it. But tip of the day, do not let realtors be present on us. Now, okay, yeah. The real estate agents, that can be treacherous. That really can be. It took everything in me I had to calm myself down. Notaries in Virginia can't collect closing funds. It was a purchase, and the signers had to give money. The real estate agent called the title company. The title company knows this, but I don't know why they tried to get me to collect the funds. The real estate agent gets on the phone and says, after I told her we're not allowed to, even showed her the instruction that said we're not allowed to collect closing funds, she hops on the phone with the title company. Yeah, the notary refuses to collect the closing funds. I don't know why. I had to check her on that. And she was a little old lady. She was a little old lady. And I was like, nah, I ain't having that. Now, back to Angela. First thing first, look at my loan doc overview videos, both of them. Look at the understanding acknowledgement to make sure you understand what you're supposed to do as a notary. That's the first key thing. Once you understand that and you're confident that you can that is the execution of the documents, that you can get the document signed and you can notarize properly, then that puts your whole mind and everything at ease to learn. If you're trying to, because I already know that there are people out there who are not that great of orators. On YouTube, I'm cool. But sometimes when I'm face to face with people, I can start stumbling over my words big time. I can stumble big time. And then I get nervous. I get flustered. I'm really sounding like Porky the Pig then. You know what I'm saying? So in the beginning, I just didn't say too much about the documents. I know more about them now. And the best way to learn about them is there he is. The best way to learn about the documents is when you call the title company or the lender and they explain it to the signer, and you're like, oh, that's what that means. And then you just got to unmute, lady. Supposed to do as a notary. There we go. That's the first key thing. Once you understand, I finally got it. You're confident. Yeah. That is the execution of the documents. That you can get the document signed, and you can notarize properly. Then that puts your whole mind and everything at ease to learn. If you're trying to, because I already know that there are people out there who are not that great of orators. On YouTube, I'm cool. But sometimes when I'm face to face with people, I can start stumbling over my words big time. I can stumble big time, and then I get nervous. I get flustered. I'm really sounding like Porky the Pig then. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So in the beginning, I just didn't say too much about the documents. I know more about them now. Is there he is. The best way to learn about the documents is when you call the title company or the lender, and they explain it to the signer, and you're like, oh, that's what that means. And then you just got to unmute, lady. And you're unmuted now. Do you have another device going?
I have my cell phone that's working, but then I have you on my laptop as well.
Okay, that's why we're hearing me twice. So can you mute one of them?
Yes.
You can get the document signed. You can notarize properly.
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right.
So what's going on? What's up, lady?
So hi, how are you? And
good.
I'm from Gainesville, Florida, so I just have a couple of things.
Go for it. Take your time.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much for the videos, the training. It's amazing. I've been watching your videos now probably since June, July, and it has been so much helpful. I started back in July, but I actually took the classes 2015, and I sort of kind of stopped, and then I started back up this year.
Okay.
And I retook the class through the NNA. But what I wanted to say most important is that prepping video that you have out there is the bomb. And I know some people say, well, it doesn't take all of that. And maybe it don't for 20 pages or 10 pages. But when you have like a refi or reverse, those labels for initial, signed, and notarized, that prepping video, I actually watched it like 2 or 3 times. Yes. And it helped so much. Yes. I actually ordered a lot of them, and they do help. I mean, some people, it's maybe not good for everybody, but my first signing that I did in July, I had those labels like on every page where there was a signature or a notarization or an initial. But that video really helped me. And on my first signing in July, that signing went so smooth. And I know part of it was because of that prepping video that I had watched. So I want to do a thumbs up on that video. Also want to just sort of kind of mention I think I saw the video of yesterday where you were talking about the professionalism and knowing what to say and what not to say. And, that goes back. I mean, when I took the class in 2015 with the company was National Signing Source. And then this year I took it in with the NNA. That was a part of the code of ethics with for a signing agent. Right. Knowing what to say, how to say it. Don't answer the why, but answer the what. And so when I heard that video yesterday, I'm like, wow, maybe I need to go back and just, to sort of kind of freshen up on the code of ethics, because that was a part of both of the classes that I had taken, is being careful what you say, to the customer. So thumbs up on that one. It sort of kind of felt like you were preaching to the choir, but every now and then it just, the reminders is just so helpful. And so I'm happy with what I'm doing. I basically do it part-time right now. I am an assistant at the Gainesville Police Department here in Gainesville. So I work full-time and then I do it part-time. And so we'll see how that go with my journey and, how long I will be there. But I really do. And so far I am enjoying it. And I do enjoy your videos. And I just want to give you a thumbs up. Keep doing what you're doing. One thing I noticed in life, if you drop people or if people drop, it's okay. God will give you more, more will come. And as you can see, I mean, it's 1:00 in the morning. I'm normally snowing right about now. And you have a lot of people that are up watching. I appreciate it. Up, and I just want to say thank you so much for all you are doing. I'm not sure where you are. I know I do remember calling you a couple
Virginia.
Yeah. Okay. So I called you maybe about a month ago because I had my first I-9, and even though it's a simple two pages, everything went through perfect. It was a 5-minute signing for like $40-50. And so
right, that was the one where the guy was telling you something. The guy was trying to tell you the Social Security. Yeah, I remember that.
Yes, I think I called you or I text you, and we sort of kind of talked for about 5 minutes, and you helped me. And it's amazing because about 2 weeks after that one, I got another one. And so I knew exactly what to do. And so thank you so much for all you do. And like I said, sometimes it doesn't matter who the messenger is. It's just about what they're delivering. If you need it, you just got to pick it up and go with it. And that's the formula in this business. You know, people are out there helping you. They're not charging you. And you're literally learning. I mean, you have a lot of videos out there. And so I just want to say thank you so much for all that you do, Mr. Griff. Thank you so much.
Well, that's good. So how many signings have you done so far?
I have done like a total, because again, I started back in 2015. I'm sorry, 2015. I became a notary in 2007. I was an adjuster for Nationwide Insurance for 24 years. And then I became the notary signing in 2015. And so combined, I probably have done a little less than 20, because I've never really done it full time. I've just been here and there. But, you know, part-time, I hope to pick up more, because now it's been about 3 months and I do get signings offers almost every day.
Gotcha.
Yeah, almost every day. And so most of my signings are during my lunch hour or after 4 o'clock. And then on the weekends. And so, like I said, my full-time job, I love it. So probably at some point I'm gonna have to decide, you know, which one is priority. But I like both of them. I like both of what I do. And so it may be part-time for a little while until I just, you know, just keep going. And then you get to a point where you say, okay, it's time to, you know, let the full-time go and then do the notary signing. So we'll see how it goes. But until then, I'll keep watching the videos, and I'll keep trying to provide excellent service for the companies.
Right. And that's the main thing. I mean, that's what I want people to do, because when I got in this, like I said, I knew I was going to go full time, but I had to figure out for me. Okay, case in point. One of the things that I try to do is make sure that whatever I do, I'm doing it for me at the right time. Now, I take advice from people. I listen. You know, like everybody was saying, hey, Griff, you need to monetize. Now, I recently monetized 2 months ago. Didn't even say anything about it. This is the first time I'm even saying anything about it. And I'm only saying it from an example standpoint was, okay, yeah, I can make money and monetize. But I was like, okay, what can I do with this money? And I said I wanted to put it into something useful, because I'm like, okay, I'm making the money already.
Exactly.
From my business. And I was like, okay, what I'm going to do with it? When my son decided to come into the business, I said, okay, well, I'm going to stack it off to the side to help him. I'm going to use this money to help him. I say, okay, because that way, you know, because sometimes he goes and he'll drop off stuff to FedEx for me. Well, that'll be money I can pay him for doing that for me and helping me out with that, you know, and everything. So then, you know, I said, okay, I know we need to get him switched over to Byberg. So that money, okay, I can use that to pay for that and everything. One of the things that I try to be careful of is making sure that, and it's nothing wrong with people giving about. And I think, like my man, the IT guy, he was the main one that was telling me to monetize. And this statement that I'm saying doesn't apply to him. It does not apply to him. But there was other people outside of the regulars on YouTube that was like trying to tell me to monetize, and I had to be careful of just doing it because they were saying so, because sometimes people want to take credit for your success.
Exactly.
Case in point, we see that if y'all been following Kwame Brown, you see what happened with him. I don't know if y'all, but it's in short with Kwame Brown, a couple of people, he was doing some stuff with them, and then next thing you know, people was trying to take credit for his now recent success on YouTube just because they, you know, touched him on the shoulder and all of that. So I'm very mindful of that, because those same people could then turn on you and ruin what you have. So I said, I got to do this. Now, again, I took the advice and I listened, and then I went behind the scenes, and what I was doing was actually understanding what this monetization was all about and whether it was even worth it for me to do. Once I saw the benefit in it and what I could do, okay, yeah, I can see. And then I said, I'm gonna give it a try and see how this works out. And I'm like, all right, cool. And then the same thing with this membership. I'm like, okay, I could do it, but what value? And see, what I've learned from listening to these millionaire and billionaires out there, they all talk about value. Keep in mind, when we listen to average people don't talk about adding value to others. They talk about adding value to themselves.
Yeah.
So when you listen to, I can't remember how to pronounce the guy's last name, but his name Gary something, starts with a V, and he's huge out there on YouTube, and he talks. Say again? Something like that. Yeah.
Vaynerchuk.
Vaynerchuk. Yeah. And that guy, he's awesome. And one of the things that he talks about, him.
Vaynerchuk. He's the chairman of VaynerX.
Okay. Yeah. And one of the things that he talks about on my community tab, I have a video of him up there that talks about employees. Now, on the other side of the house, with what I'm trying to do with the business mindset, and I should have said it earlier, is that a lot of you want to own your own signing company or have a business where you have employees. Here's what's important. If you're not a good business owner, solo business owner, if you're doing sneaky, crafty, underhanded, lying, manipulative things, what do you think you're going to attract? People who are going to do the same to you.
Same thing. Yep.
Any business person with any kind of common sense would tell you, you do not attract what you want. You attract who you are.
You are. Yep.
Okay, that is not original with Griff. My wife knows who originally said it, and I keep forgetting to ask her who said it. It was either John Maxwell or Mike Murdoch or somebody like that. But you attract who you are, not what you want. Okay, so that's what you have to think about. And I'm trying to help people to get in the right mindset, business mindset. So if you decide to go down that road,
you're ready.
You're not getting crazy people. And the video that I put up there, I believe, is him talking about, the guy was saying, man, I got these jacked up employees. And he's like, well, it's not the employees, it's you.
It's you.
Because you as an employer have an expectation that is so high for the employee, the salary doesn't match it.
Yeah, and that's who you're gonna look for when you're wanting to hire employees for your business.
Right.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I've been an entrepreneur. We've been an entrepreneur in several different aspects, and all three of them has been very successful. And so you're right. You have to look for people, look down in the side of them as to what they bring to the table, and continue to train them to be how you want them to be. And it does work. It really does work. I mean, when I think one of your customers here that was talking earlier, they was talking about, I guess they do other things other than the signing. And I sort of kind of, mentioned about the conflict of interest, because you sort of kind of really don't want to mix the two together. Like you said, intentionally, let it just come naturally, and the reason why I sort of kind of made that point is because I'm a licensed agent, property and casualty, but I also do health, life, and annuity. I have my Florida 20s and my Florida 215s, but I've sort of kind of held back on those. I worked for Nationwide for 24 years, and then I went to Farmers Insurance because Farmers came to Florida. And I did that for almost 3 years, and I love it. Don't get me wrong. But when the pandemic came, it sort of kind of put a little damper in it.
Right.
And I chose not to open up my own agency. I like what I do. I like this notary signing thing, but when you're doing those signings, you just sort of kind of also have to be careful. Like you say, how do you present if you have that second thing or that third thing that you're doing? Because those customers, and you hit it right on the point, you hit it right on the dot. they will go back and tell that vendor, that lender, or that title company that you said this, you said that, and you didn't say none of it. You know, so, you know, with a business mind, like you said, business minded, you know, if you get that training and put it to work, and like you said, you got to be able to accept constructive criticisms, because it's not going to kill you. It's going to help you. You know, it'll work. It will work. And so whatever you got going on with the classes, training, or whatever, definitely put it out there, because I am going to keep it right here in my mind, right here.
Yeah. Yeah, because I just want people to be successful. And like somebody said in there, and I've been saying this the whole time, we got to support one another. I'm gonna put this out here. I honestly don't think that as a whole, notaries truly support one another enough.
Well, you can say that again. I'm in Florida.
I honestly don't think notaries support each other enough or correctly. Again, and I know people say, man, you keep harping on it. I just don't understand the concept of me seeing you. Okay, I've been in this going on 4.5 years. You just getting into this. And the first piece of advice I have for you is, well, don't take these orders because they're not of a dollar amount. Why in the heck? Walmart, nobody's telling Walmart, don't sell that 56-cent chewing gum.
They selling 25 cents. Exactly. Hello.
If Dollar Tree, $1 billion company, offers selling stuff for $1, how can you not become wealthy off of $85 signing, $90 signing? But and they got higher expenses. That $1, okay. If all the $1 item does not pay any of the expenses that they have, wow, they got way more expenses. Everybody's talking about expenses. My paper, my ink, me getting up, me rubbing my toe, me playing with Man and TT, me doing this and that, all of this stuff. And you're sitting up here calculating all the way down to the net, to the nets behind. And you look at Dollar Tree got stores, employees, buildings, transportation, storage, AC, lights, heat.
And the list goes on. And the list goes on. Yes.
And they're $1 billion company.
And you know what?
$1 billion company.
When I started in July, the first, I think 2 or 3 signings were seriously, I took them and they were between $25 and $50. If I would not have done those 2 to 4 signings, that would have been like $100, $125 that I would not have had for that particular month. So sometimes you have to start. It's nothing wrong with starting small. It's really, I mean, then you learn how to really appreciate it. You know, what if you don't get any large? Now, I will say this. The month of August and September so far, I've gotten some that has been between 75 and 100. And so, you know, it moved up a little bit. But how can you appreciate the 25, the 30, the 40, the 50 if you're always looking for, you know, anything over 100? You may not get something, you know, from 1 week to 1 month. You may not get that number. So what are you going to do? Not get anything because you didn't get the $100? Well, to me, that's sort of kind of not like a business-minded person, you know? And so everybody is different. I get that. And, you know, from city to city and state to state, it is different. But I will say, while I was waiting on those larger numbers, I did smaller numbers and I did receive something and I gave an outstanding service. So, you know, I'm grateful. And I do have patience. And so my suggestion and recommended to all of those out there that are waiting on that first signing, don't give up. While you're waiting, listen to the videos of Mr. McGriff or Mr. Griff or Uncle Griff, and continue to be the party people and listen. And I guarantee you, you're going to get that signing one day. You may not be hitting that notification button fast enough, but guess what? Put that phone right in front of you. And as soon as you hear that ding, guess what? You're gonna get one day. It's not gonna be that way always, because that's what happened to me. I did the same thing, and I think on one of your videos, I made a comment, and I wasn't gonna give up. I'm like, I'm not in this for 1 month just to stop, you know. And so your recommendation and your pushing and your education and your expertise, it really shows, and I appreciate it. That's all I can say. And it has helped me, and it's been about 90 days now, 120 days, and I'm a little bit better than what I was. The first signing went good, but I know all of the signings are not going to be the same. They're all different, and so I appreciate the videos. I really do.
Well, and as you see here on the screen, Dollar Tree, 12 months ending in July 31st, 2021, 25.768 billion. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. When you look at from a business standpoint, if they can make that kind of money from dollar items,
exactly,
and we know some of that stuff is not the healthiest, is not the best, and we understand what neighborhoods they put them in and all of that.
You preaching now.
I'm sorry. And this here, and let me come back to y'all real quick. This here is to all of you in Facebook, all of y'all. You got to show me some real justification. This is to the notary trainers and everybody else. You got to show me some real justification that taking an $85 order, a $90 order, even a $100 order consistently over time will not benefit a human being and put some type of decent positive revenue in their pocket. Now, granted, I understand you're talking about, well, taking a $60 order where you have to drive 3 hours. Okay, common sense. I get that. But at the same time, the other side of the house is if you don't have anything coming in and them babies are hungry. I mean, if you look, there are people who barely make $60 a day working, and they're driving 5 minutes from home to go to some job and making $60 a day. They find a way to make that work. So if they can find a way to make $60 a day work, what do you mean you can't figure out that? And let's just say, like you're working a full-time job, and you mean to tell me an additional $60 or $70 or $80 or $100 a couple of times a week can't do something for you?
Now, what I will say is that the 2 I-9s that I did, and I like the first one I think I called you on, those were around $50, and they were in the city where I live. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was probably less than 10 miles for both of them. So, to me, $40 or $50 for 2 pages, and you're not even notarizing the I-9s. You're just basically the prepare, you're the prepare, and you're just signing with the passport or the driver's license. And so to me, $40, $50 for I-9s are great, especially if it's 20 miles or less. Now, I'm not saying if you really have to drive a long way that, $25, $35, $40 is a decent amount. It just depends on the individual. But I will say, it's sort of kind of, you got to crawl before you walk.
Yeah.
And so, all my children are grown. So I don't have babies to take care of. I don't, so everybody is different. You have some people out there who say, I don't, $25. I'm not doing no signings for $25. Well, if you get hungry enough, you will. But, everybody is different. But I'm just saying, for me starting back up, when I got that signing, that notification, I was really happy, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it gave me training on documents that I had not done before. And so I know everyone has their own mind and their own thinking of what number they're looking for. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I was very, very grateful to start low. Because to me, when you start low, and all of a sudden, if those high numbers never come, you're gonna appreciate that low. At least you got something coming in, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm
Yeah.
I'm grateful.
Yeah. See, that's look, I've done some things, some jobs, and it was very painful. Like today, I don't even know how much that order was from that guy. That took an hour, and it was very frustrating that he, took a whole hour to an hour and a half, to be honest. But when that check hits that bank, when that check hits the bank, what time did I meet that guy? I'm trying to figure out because I don't even know. I need to know because for that whole hour that I was with him, I'm like hour and a half. Okay, here he is. $90. Now, in and of itself, you're like, man, $90 and all that. That was painful. But see, it's not like that every single time.
Exactly.
It's not like that every single time. And I say, you know what? At the end of the day, that's $90 that I didn't have. If you do your business right, I get the toner at an affordable price. I just bought 2 more toners. So instead of buying one toner for $126 a pop,
Mm-hmm.
I bought 2, and it was $114 a pop.
You save them.
I'm saving money.
Yep.
And I have toner that can last me. Now, granted, I'm using 2 printers and everything, so I'm like, okay, I buy the paper, I find it, and I get the paper at the best price.
Yep.
I'm not trying to buy super expensive paper.
Nope.
I got my manila folders. I just order some more of those, so I find a way. With my pens, I use the G2 pens. So when the ink runs out, I just put it in refill.
The refillables, yes.
So all of those little things save money.
Mm-hmm.
But when you try, okay, like some people, because and I think most of the people that I'm seeing, because they work another job, a regular job, they have the money to get the fancy gear. But my question would be this: if you didn't have that job, would you go spend that kind of money on cups, shirts, pens, and things of that nature? And I'm really thinking that some people wouldn't, because you don't have the money. So when I look at, when I listen to a lot of the different business people out there, they talk about being smart with your money when you're starting out. And a lot of people aren't. They're putting more money into the aesthetics of the business before actually establishing themselves. Because at the end of the day, that person who's sitting across from you for a loan closing don't care whether you have your name on your shirt or not. And the people, and I'm not saying that you shouldn't have that. What I'm saying is that you have to really take an assessment. And what I looked at was, and this is completely subjective, this is completely up to you. But for me, when I did this, I said, okay, I know I'm gonna go full time, but do I need to spend that kind of money in material with my name on a pen, my name on this, my name on that? Because I said, let me do the business first and then determine whether that will add value. Now, depending on where you're at, depending on your clientele, it may, and then depending on you as a person, because I'm a very non-frilly person. So I had a few pens that had my name on it that came for free, and then I spent some money, and I will forget to give them to them.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I was like, man, I spent too much money on this. I'm gonna keep these pens for myself. So everybody, the core of it is you have to get out here and do the business.
Yep.
Because how fancy you are does not mean you're going to get business.
It does.
And build yourself up to that. But at the same time, because you put in all of that money and into the gear and all of that, it puts you in a position to where you're like, you know what? I better get out here. Let me see who that was. You better get out here and do this business because you need to make some money. So that's the plus side of spending money on magnets and shirts and outfits. And I'm not against that. It's just,
it's not a requirement up front.
It's not a requirement up front.
It's really not. I mean, some businesses are, depending on the type of business. But for the notary, starting up, you don't have to if you don't want to. You literally can probably survive 6 months to a year.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting, like you said in one of your videos, and I watched it, just getting the necessities to operate.
Right.
Yeah, because I noticed that you said in one of your videos about the pens, it is so much cheaper to get the refillables and just take the used one out, put the new one in, and the pen writes just like
it was.
Like yeah, exactly.
The paper and the hand that's using it doesn't care.
It doesn't.
And stuff.
Like with the paper, you can go to Office Depot and get 92. You can go to Staples and get 92. You can go to Walmart and get 92.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely Walmart's going to be the cheapest.
Right. It's going to be the cheapest and all of that. So and that, and that's what I'm looking at. So I learned when it came to business, find ways to save money, but also add good quality and then build yourself up.
And then build it up
to where you can afford it and everything. So that's all I'm saying. If you look at it that way, because again, to me, when you have a spouse, and let's say your spouse again isn't 100% on board, that would be the last thing you want to do is go out here and buy all of this gear.
All that gear. Yep.
And then you're talking about, I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
You buying all this gear, but I'm scared, and you're not doing anything with it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's some of the stuff that I'm concerned about. And those are some of the things that I hear and I see with regards to the notaries. And that's why I said we got to be willing to help each other out and stop interfering with each other for us being able to make money. That's why I say we're colleagues in this. But the other side of the house, I'm seeing too many notaries are spending a lot of time trying to find a way to get you to pay them money for their limited knowledge.
Oh, okay.
Now, I'm going to say this here, and I think some people, I'm seeing the numbers going up, so I think some people from California done hopped in here.
Okay.
And everything. I will say simply this. Personally, I honestly think that if you're going to be a notary trainer, you really got to be on point. You really got to be on point and committed to it. And I honestly think that you need to have at least 3 years experience doing the business fully, working as much of the business as you can. And thirdly, you need to put out the proper disclaimers as to the limitations of your knowledge, based on where you live at. Because if you're up, go ahead on.
And I was going to say, I don't disagree with that at all, but I will say when people are looking for a trainer, they do hold you accountable.
Mm-hmm.
And as a trainer, you may not know it all. And there's times when you literally have to go and look it up and study because you may not know it all. But we do need some good trainers out there, and they're out there. You may not know of them.
Mm-hmm.
But to be able to have at least 1 to 2 trainers in each state would be a great thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really didn't know anything about. I've done the I-9 before myself,
Mm-hmm.
but I felt like I didn't really know anybody when I called you about a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, wow, I heard Mr. Griff say he lived in Florida before.
Mm-hmm.
I said, but I didn't know that you didn't live here now. And so I mean, in all honesty, I'm grateful that you were there for me to call, but I should be able to pick up the phone or pick up an email or pick up a text to someone here right here in Florida, you know. And so, yes, we do need more trainers, and they're out there. A lot of people do have that good knowledge, but then some people don't really want to be a trainer because, and I'm going to say this because I like being transparent, but I don't want anyone to take it negative, but you know, the truth is the truth. We do each other so bad sometimes. We really do. We don't like giving credit where credit is due. We don't like giving thumbs up. And I looked at the young, I guess it was a male or a female who gave you the thumbs down earlier. But she explained, why she gave the thumbs down. And I kind of agree with her. I mean, the feedback that we were getting from the person who had I guess the two phones on or whatever, you really couldn't hear, and it was kind of getting aggravating, kind of annoying. But she said, what she felt, and then she took it off.
Right.
It's so easy for us to find the bad in our own versus taking the time to call and say, "You done a wonderful job." We'll go and we'll, tell somebody else the bad. We'll go on Facebook and say the bad. We'll go on IG and say the bad. We don't forget about Twitter, and so sometimes people don't even really want to be in the spotlight like that because we literally do tear each other down.
Yeah. And I will, no, you're right. Because I will say, since being on here, I get much love from everybody, but the people who have come at me the most has been my own. And I'm like, okay, give me your justified reason why you're saying this. Because my thing is this. A lot of people who contact me have paid at least $300 for training somewhere. And I'm like, okay, but you're calling me for help. But you pay somebody $300 and now I got to help you. And I'm helping you for free. And I'm saying that not to say, oh, feel sorry for Griff, give them some money. No, I'm just saying that's the reality of it. You pay somebody because, and I've told some people, and some of the folk, if they could tell you recently, I'm like, okay, let you pay some money for your kid to be in a Magnum program. And then the only reason why your kid is passing that program is because you took them to the free after school program for tutoring. And you're like, wait, but I'm paying $1,000 a month over here. Why the heck you ain't teaching my kid?
Exactly.
My thing is this, from a business mindset, if I'm paying you to help me and what you have taught me isn't helping me and I got to go to somebody else to get it, give me my money back. Yeah. There's a problem with that. I'm sorry. There's a problem with that. And I know people, I'm not advocating that you go and everybody. What I'm saying is that if you legitimately don't feel as though you're getting help, and if the only way you can get help is that you got to go to somebody else because that person or persons is all of a sudden unavailable to you. They can't pick up the phone, answer your email back or any of that. And you got to go to someone else to get the simple. And when you get the help, especially if it's like, wait a minute, the answer was that simple. You mean to tell me I spent all that? That is something that baffles me. And let me share this also. I've never said this publicly, and I'm gonna say it here. part of the reason why I got on YouTube and really got in here was because I saw how our people was taking advantage of our people.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna say this, and I'm probably gonna get some flack for it, but I'm okay with that. I saw too much of our women taking advantage of our women.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna explain. Because there's a lot of women who teach, and just to put it out there, this is not LaShawn Jenkins. She is solid. The Notary Institution, she is solid. This is not her or Samantha Smith, which is my cool. That's my partner there out of Georgia. This is not talking about them two, and I'm just a couple other people. But there are some people out here that when I got on on YouTube, and I saw, I'm like, wait a minute, okay, this person trained, that person trained this. And then when I heard the stories that, yeah, I took a course from them and it was about, it was teaching me such and such, but that such and such they was teaching me wasn't something applicable in my state, and they won't give me my money back. And then I started looking at the pattern of it, and I'm like, okay, when you look at the pattern of, you just look at notary training, it's white men, black women. Almost every notary trainer is a white man or a black woman. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking at the black women. And again, I mentioned earlier about what was being said in Clubhouse about lying about your profile. It was groups of black women saying that. You don't think people recognize that? You don't think other people hear that? You don't think these signing companies are picking up on that? And that hurts our other young black women who are trying to come in here and do this thing correctly. Because then they look at them in the same negative light as others. That is the whole core of what I'm trying to do here.
Right.
And I've never said that the whole time. I'm saying it now. And I may lose subscribers, which is, y'all know I don't care about that. But this does, and it's not every black woman, it's not every black man.
No.
But there are some that are out there doing it. And it's people are, it's like you're getting into this business, and no sooner than you get into this business, you're trying to come up with some kind of niche to extract money out of people unjustifiably. And you're not adding value into them so that they can grow and move forward and develop into a good notary and have a good notary business. Because if after they spent time with you, and when they go to implement what you said that they need to have, oh, well, it really don't work where you're at. I'm like, well, some people been in this business long enough to know that if you're in Georgia, it's an attorney state. Okay, well, then maybe I shouldn't be taking your course, because if your course doesn't really have anything that's going to help me in Georgia or Maryland, which is title producer, then why don't you say that before I signed up for it? Back in the day, they used to have the TV commercials, and at the bottom, like you see down here on mine, it had this product not sold in California, Montana, Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
So they let you know that, okay, you might want to buy this product for Christmas, but you can't ship it over there because it is not allowed there, because they have different regulations and requirements that you cannot send this particular item over there because it's not flame retardant enough for California. So they tell you up front. And that is the problem. That is the number one thing that I've heard from so many people, that they are not told up front the limitations of the training or the suggestions that is being put out there. Then they're being told, it's being communicated like it's common and standard across all states for every notary.
And I'm gonna say this, and I'm going to get off of here because somebody else may want to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
But number one, I'm going to say, I don't know Mr. Griff. He have not paid me, asked me to say nothing nor do nothing in regards to this video, this chat. I am not a trainer. I don't have any intentions on becoming a trainer, but I'm just going to say what I feel. Every notary, no matter what state you're in, it is our job to do our due diligence when we are scouting for a trainer.
Mm-hmm.
And just like it's our responsibility to do our due diligence about the signing company, like the National Notary.
Mm-hmm.
They offer the class, the exam, and then you have others. All you gotta do is go to Google, and you got other companies that does it as well. Well, it's our responsibility to look them up, see what they're about, see how long they've been in business, see if they in the Better Business Bureau with a bunch of lawsuits or not, or complaints.
Mm-hmm.
It is our responsibility. And so while a trainer may not have as much detail about them if they don't have a business, you still can do some due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
And I just personally feel like that's what we should do if we are looking for an extended trainer beyond, the NNA or, the class, that we take to get our, commission or our certificate. And, I recommend you do it, because I'm not just going to go to the car lot and just buy a car and don't ask them how many miles, don't ask them what's the payments, don't ask them what's the down payment. Oh, I just want that car and, drive off the lot. No. I want to know, give me a little bit of information. And what you don't give me, then guess what? I still may have some more questions, and I expect you to have an answer if you're the salesperson. And so we just have to sometimes take our time and do our due diligence, because everything on YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and Twitter is not always, real. It's a bunch of scams out there.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying and insinuating in no way that the trainers that are out there on YouTube are scammers. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, we all should do our due diligence about whatever we're looking for. And so, that's what I did. I took the course in 2015, and the first company that I looked up was National Signing Source.
Mm-hmm.
I went with them first because I didn't really know a lot about the NNA. And then when I decided to do it this year, I was going to go back to the same company and just do a refresher. But what happened? Them suckers went out of business. Well, why did they go out of business? Well, you know what I did? I went to the Better Business Bureau site, and I did not like what I saw.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when I ended up calling the National Notary Association, and I asked them what was the best route for me to go.
Right.
And I did not find anything negative or, scammy, about the NNA. And, that's what we have to do. Sometimes we just have to take our time and just do a little bit of homework, but my hat's off to anybody who is a trainer, who is a real true trainer out there. That's your gift. That's your calling. Go at it. Why? Because we do need good trainers.
Mm-hmm.
We do need good leaders, and they are out there. But
yeah, but they're scared. They don't want to get land based. They don't want to get put down. I mean, for me, I'm the type, like I said, you come at me, I'm gonna meet you at the front door. Yeah. And that's the biggest thing that my wife is concerned about, and I've learned, okay, sometimes I have to block people. Sometimes I got to hide them from the channel. I don't want to be that way, but sometimes it's like, okay, if you're going to have concerns about something I'm saying, that's why I say, okay, then let's get on live. Because if you feel that I'm saying something incorrect or wrong or misguided, then that means you have done the research and you have the correct information. So let's get on and let's put the correct information out there to help the community. Exactly. But not one single time has a person taken me up on that to be able to say, okay, well, Griff, this is where I think you are wrong at. And here's the correct information. And then give me and the community, all of us, an opportunity to evaluate what you're now saying.
Exactly.
And see if whether or not it holds water.
Exactly.
But nobody wants to do that. They want to be a comment commando and hop in the comment section and bump their gums. And of course, I'm more than likely I'm going to say something back. And then when I start asking questions and start, okay, well, you're saying this, I'm saying that. This is what I'm basing mine on. What are you basing yours on? Next thing I know, that comment disappears. They don't want to, but never mind. And they just so, and like my wife told me, people want to get in your comment section and leave little bombs on you, because most YouTubers who got a certain amount of followers don't even look at their comments. I glance at them. I look at them a couple of times a day. I don't always get to respond back and all of that, but I look at them. I hit the thumbs up. I hit the like, the little hearts and all of that and everything. And I appreciate every single comment that comes in. Right. And everything. Right. Now, as you see here, this video that I did back in June of this year, questions to ask your notary trainer before dropping them dollars. You have to ask them questions. You have to, as I say here, these questions are asked repeatedly. I feel these are fair questions. I started wondering if you can ask these questions of me, and I'm only charging $35. That was when I was doing the trainer. Are you asking these questions of your notary trainer? And these are questions like what I got running down here at the bottom. How long you been doing this? How many closings you got? What state you in? Who you took training from? I'm like, okay, are you doing that to them? Are you doing that to them? So I did this video to say, okay, well, if you're going to get a trainer, you might need to ask questions, because I heard about somebody talking about they was making $40,000 a month as a notary. But then when you listen to the individual, you find out that they actually worked in that industry and they already had connections. So then the way my brain works is this. If you already got connections that got you making $40,000 a month, how can you teach me to do the same when I don't have those connections? You got those connections in Kalamazoo. I'm in Albuquerque. 2 different markets. So how legitimate is your training that you got connections with 35 different lawyers and title companies? I don't have that over there. So how can I implement that? How do I develop the connection? Because you had the connection before you ever became a notary signing agent. And all you had to do is go, hey, Miss Agnes, I'm a notary now. So if you need anything, okay, no problem. Bam. And they start feeding you work because you already got the connections. I don't. So I'm like, how are you going to train me and sell me a course? So that's one of the questions. Do you already have the connections? Is there any nepotism? Are you already hooked up in a system that all you had to do was just take some basic training, get the certificate, and they're like, here you go, and give you 4 or 5 signers a day at $300-400 a pop.
And that's why it's important for the trainer and the trainee to understand what they're paying for and what it includes, because that's where the discrepancy can come in, is when you don't really explain what I'm going to give you versus what you're going to take away from the table, and so those are some of the questions. If I was a trainee, if I'm the person that's getting the training, those would be some of the questions that I would ask. How long is this training? When do it shut off? What does it include? Do you guarantee any signings after the training? Those would be some of those questions that I would ask.
Right.
Because if you don't ask questions, then your thinking and my thinking, it's like, it's just like me saying, okay, well, me and another notary, we're going to go to Virginia. Well, it's important for us to conversate and say, well, when are we going? How are we going? How are we going to get there? We flying, we riding the bus, we riding the train. You got to talk, you got to communicate. Right. And see, a lot of times that's where the trainer the trainer may not always intend for it to go sour, but when you don't lay it out in a document, sign contract, sign date, whatever, it's just important to have it in writing what my training class consists of.
And mentorship.
Exactly. And then I know what I'm getting.
Right.
You know?
And that's what I'm saying. The person has to be qualified to do this. What qualifies you? So if the information that you're sharing with me is based on this region, and I'm not in the same region, and there's limitations, then all of that has to be explained. If it's not, then that becomes a problem, because now you're teaching me something that clearly can't be implemented. Now, the other side of the house is that almost in every area, there will always be a few people who will be the exception to the rule. So and again, taking Georgia, there will always be somebody in Georgia that will all of a sudden just pop up and be the superstar notary. But then when you have to go and look at the backstory, okay, what made them the superstar notary? Again, did they have the connections already? Did they start from scratch? Let's just say, are they working in a title office directly? And do they have a title producer license or escrow license or escrow background where they're actually closing the loans themselves as an escrow officer who can notarize versus a notary who doesn't have an escrow background? Yes. And so if you got me operating as an escrow officer, yes, I'm going to get paid more. So are you being truthful with me and telling me that? Or are you saying, yeah, as a notary, I'm making this dollar amount, but in all honesty, 80% of that work that I'm doing, I'm actually operating as an escrow officer for these title companies, and they're paying me $300, $400, $500. So yes. Okay. So we take that out. Then how much are you making as a notary? Not that much.
Yep. I get exactly. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying, but I'm going to get off because I know someone else may want to dial in. And
you can dial in anytime. It doesn't take one at a time. You can have 10 people up here at one time.
I want to give someone else a chance. I like what you're saying, and I agree with it. I'm going to stay on, but I'm going to get off, and maybe someone else want to call. We done struck up some stuff here. Everybody is interested, so I'm enjoying it. I'm going to keep watching here. I'm going to be on live here, and I wish you the best. If your gear is to train and be a good trainer. That's all I can say. And so I wish you well, and I'm going to continue to watch your videos. Right. And thank you so much for allowing me to come on.
No problem.
All right, I'm going to still be on the other side.
Okay. And just so y'all realize, okay, this is open mic. As this thing says, open mic. So if somebody comes on and wants to talk for 10 minutes, cool, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, that's what we're doing tonight, giving people an opportunity to share and all of that. So for East 3298, I will put my email address in here. And you can hit me up on an email. I also ask that you include your phone number, because sometimes I may call. Yeah, I would probably try to call you and talk and answer, because sometimes I have a hard time doing the thing. And there was somebody who emailed me, and I was going to try to answer them some questions. I'm gonna just have to email them back. So you know who you are. This weekend I'll sit down and email you back and all of that and everything. But yeah, I have no idea about the vaccine thing. Somebody asked a question about that earlier. I have no idea at all about the vaccine thing. I honestly don't. I have no idea. I can't even speculate or any of that. East 3298. So I have no idea about that. I know all I can say is we're not employees of these companies. So, If you're working for a title company, maybe that affects you, maybe it don't. I don't know. So you will have to talk to whoever your employer is, if that's what this is referring to, that you're an employee. So if you're an employee of somebody doing notary work, then you may need to have a conversation with them. But I honestly couldn't tell you how that affects us or if it would even affect us and everything. I really, really couldn't. Yeah, so if y'all get a chance, look at the video. Man, well, I'm looking a little grumpy there. But look at this video. And it's a legitimate thing, that we need to do. Ask the people who are trying to train us and help us specific questions, because I mean, if you had a kid and your kid is trying to move toward being a molecular engineer, you're going to make sure that whoever they're with is teaching them correctly. You're going to make sure that they're giving them the proper information to help them get into MIT instead of ECPI. No shade on ECPI, but ECPI is not for molecular engineers. I think you can get that with, MIT. So if you're trying to get into MIT, then therefore, who's ever training you and teaching you and coaching you and mentoring you should be able to help put you in that direction. And again, I just believe people need to be upfront, honest, and clear about the limitations that they have. Or yes, it can work, but you have to make sure that in your state, you follow these guidelines and start from there. And that's why I believe anybody who's doing notary training, I believe that the first thing that you need to have them do is take the notary essentials with the NNA and ensure that they actually understand how to properly notarize. I actually think the NNA should get rid of the $70 course option where you just take the test and get a background check for any notary that's under 4 years. So your first 3 years, you should take the NNA, notary essentials, and signing agent training every year. Every year, the first year, the second year, the third year. And if you hang in there for a fourth year, then you need to, then and then in the fourth and fifth year, you don't have to take it, but then you do in your 6 years. So in other words, after your first 3 years, every 2 years, you have to retake the signing agent basic training and the notary essentials just to keep you fresh. That will be ideal. So the first 3 years, all you do is every year you have to take the signing agent training and the notary essentials. And the reason why I say that is when I was working my W-2, every year we had to take anti-terrorism, sex trafficking, hostage survival, all of those kind of things every single year. Security awareness, cybersecurity awareness, all of this training every single year, no matter what. And it was the same exact training all the time. What's going on, Lori? What's going on with you? So what I'm saying is the notaries, every notary should be required to take notary essentials if they're going to be with the NNA and the signing agent training course. Okay. That should be mandatory every year for the first 3 years. After that, every 2 years or every other year, but at least, every 2 years you take it to keep you fresh on this thing here. If you're going to be NNA certified. And then, after that, the next 2 years, after your first 3, the fourth and fifth year, you get the $70 option to take the test and boom. That's what I think. That's what I really think it should be, so that you're staying fresh and you understand the stuff correctly. Because again, there is some training online with that, with the I-9 thing. Hold on one second, let me. Where is it? Hold on. Because all right. There was some I-9 training. Here it is. All right. Right here on let me move that out the way. On the Notary Coach site, on Notary Coach YouTube channel, he has I-9 eligibility form verification. So this is training. It's a Q&A at the end, and also, so again, let me copy this, and I'm gonna put this in chat. Boom. All right. So that's I-9. I should have put a. Let me do it right. Oh, I did it that way. There we go. There we go. I-9 training video. Okay, that's what I'm saying. The information is out here, people. If I'm telling you, you're going to have to get out of Facebook to learn, to find out, you know, you have to get out of Facebook. You really are. You're going to have to get out of Facebook because, I mean, all this information is out there and it's just passing you by. It is really passing you by. And I hate to see that happen, but I'm telling y'all, if you get your mindset right, change the way you're viewing things, change the way that you're looking at this business. You know, if you're looking at this as a side hustle, no problem. But if you're not, and just for those people who are coming in late, I'm going to be doing a members only section where we're going to be talking about business. We're going to be really focused on helping you to develop the proper business mindset. We're also going to be talking about helping you within your family, for as husband and wife, your partner, to coordinate and work together. They don't necessarily have to be in the same business as you, but they do need to learn and understand how to support you. And then you need to also stay consistent on your support for them and your care and concern for them. We're going to have a Notary Basic membership area. The membership fee, I keep forgetting to tell you, I think it's $3.99 for the Notary Basic and then $14.99 for the Business Mindset. I think that's monthly. Yeah, it's monthly. And I'm going to be having, with the Business Mindset, I'm going to have guest speakers, detailed, you know, information training. We're going to have books that we're going to be reviewing and looking over and going and reading through. It's not necessarily, it's not even nothing like a book club thing, but there's certain books that are out there that we need to read and to help and have a discussion on, to help clarify things, because many of you got some great talent. Many of you have some things that you want to get cleared up in your mind, some misconceptions. And that's what I want to provide you the opportunity to clarify those misconceptions so you can move forward. And like I said, you're talented, you're gifted, you've done a lot of great things in this life, and nobody should be. All right, now, Oklahoma, and I'm about to bounce out of here myself, but nobody should be interfering with you growing in this business or any business. Nobody. And you have my full support. I'm gonna do everything that I can to help you. Will I get on you from time to time? Yeah, but it's really to help you grow and to move you forward. It's not to put you down or to make you feel bad. Forgot to take my vitamins this morning. That's why my throat is acting up. But I just believe in y'all. And when I say this, I mean this sincerely. I really do believe in y'all. And after talking to many of you, chatting and texting, emailing, man, y'all are on point. And it's just sad that other people don't see that. All they see is that you're just another way that they can get some money. They just look at you as another avenue that they can extract funds out of you and leave you basically empty, you know. And maybe they started with good intentions, but you know, it's not good. It's not good because somebody is teaching notaries these bad habits. Somebody is teaching them to wait till the last minute and then upcharge to say, well, I would do the signing, but I need more money. Somebody is teaching these people these things. Nobody, I mean, it never crossed my mind to do that. So I was never taught that. So people are replicating what they're being taught. And if they're being taught that, then who the heck is this person or persons that are teaching these things? Are they getting it from this mentor? And let's just say, and I will give credit to the notary trainers that they aren't teaching that. But I believe it's these people who claiming to be mentors, these off to the side notary trainers that won't come on YouTube and don't want to be public. They're just doing stuff off in a corner. I think it's a lot of them. And eventually you're going to get exposed. You see what I'm saying? You're going to get exposed. And I'm going to do everything I can to expose you. And see, I'm not going to call you out or nothing like that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to provide the party people with the encouragement. And I'm going to help them get their mindset correct and right so that they can sit there and look at what you're offering them and evaluate it correctly and decide for themselves whether or not what you're offering is of any value. And if you offer them something and it turns out to be of no value, that they'll have the courage to stand up to you and deal with you effectively and correctly to get recompensated for what they didn't properly get. Because if you're not going to deliver, then you need to give them their money back. It's that simple. And I'm not here to try to say nobody should get paid. What I'm saying is nobody should be getting taken advantage of. People don't have a problem paying. That's the one thing I learned in life. People don't have a problem paying, but people do have a problem with getting taken advantage of. You see what I'm saying? People have. Appreciate that, Katrina. Really do, Katrina. Really do. Really do. You're my girl. I really appreciate that. People don't like being taken advantage of. I haven't found a person yet. Animals don't even like being taken advantage of. So you need to stand up to people who are taking advantage of you. If you feel I am, then come, hey, let's talk. Let's talk. Tell me what I did so I can get it corrected. If they did, and I don't care how, and I know a lot of them come across like, hey, I'm making this amount of money. I'm making that amount of money. I'm this successful. I'm that successful. So who are you to question me? You can question anybody you want. You have that right. And the moment you became a notary did not take that right away from you. It did not. You have every right. Now, here's where the problem comes in. You may feel that you can't confront them or deal with them because of so many other people who are enamored by them, who likes them. They're cute. They seem non-threatening. Okay. But they're robbing you blind. Allegedly. All I'm saying is you have to do what is right to make sure that your bottom line is protected and that the investment that you're making is protected and is right so that you can get what you need. That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. So you have every right to question any and everybody, especially if you're paying money to them. And the reason why I say that, because guess what? If you make a mistake or do something that they think is incorrect, meaning the signing companies and title companies, they're going to question you. It ain't like they're like, oh, well, I can't question so and so because we paying them to do a job, but we can't. No, if you pay somebody, you have every right to question them. You have every right. Even and some people look, if you feel you got the right to question somebody that you're not paying money to about something they said or did, then how much more reason do you have to question whoever you paying? I'm just saying. So, man, 4 hours, 15 minutes. I wasn't expecting us to be on that long, but hey, we having fun, y'all. All right, party people. I'm gonna bounce out of here. Get me some sleep. I don't have any signings tomorrow. Got some house inspections, but I most definitely will be sleeping in. I nibbled down on that apple fritter while we were sitting here, and I think I'm gonna save that for tomorrow and all that good stuff. But y'all good people. Y'all good people. And I know it's been a struggle for some of you. I know many of you have cried and been heartbroken. I know many of you have had some tough conversations with your loved one about this business and whether or not it will be successful. You're welcome. You're welcome. But that's over. We're going to get you successful. We're going to get you moving in the right direction. Let your spouse know that things are going to change. We're going to find a way, and we're going to find a way. We're going to find a way. We're going to find a way. I don't know how. I just know I'm going to do everything I can to help y'all, and I just need y'all to do your part. Stay positive, stay confident in who you are, and don't give up. Don't give up. Look at that. I'm telling you, please, if anything else, even tonight, before you go to bed, just listen to one of those Eric Thomas videos. Just one. Just pick one and listen to it before you go to bed. And then when you get up tomorrow morning, listen to it again. Listen to that same one again. Trust me, you're going to be like, okay, it's going to start shifting your mind. It will. All right. Thanks, Maj. Yeah, thanks, Maj, for everything. My man. Yeah, IT guy. Yeah, I thought he made him a mod. All right, party people. Y'all be easy. Again, thanks for everything. Thanks for all the likes and all of that. Feel free to other notary buddies and budettes know that we was out here and everything. Be careful sharing it in Facebook. They might ban you. I ain't gonna lie, they might ban you and all of that kind of stuff. But all right. Oh, froze up there for a second. All right, party people. Y'all have a good one. Peace.